In any case, we're back to it, so let's get back to it. It's Satisfactory. Where's the factory? I guess we'll get on that part today. A bus. I designed a bus. I started implementing a bus. It's got some very basic basics. It's got iron ingots. It's got coal. It's got limestone. Ideally, I want to have all of these raw ingredients coming in today. Well, mostly raw. You could say an ingot is processed, and you'd be right, but I wouldn't listen. I also want to get going on bringing in fluids and then start manufacturing them. And I had a bit of time yesterday to think about where this is going to go, because as it stands, this thing's going to extend endlessly over in that direction. But I rather think it would be good to have it multi-layered, so I could have manufactured goods up here, and then maybe a different kind of manufactured good up top, or maybe just another layer for manufactured. But at least then I don't mix my raws with my manufactured stuff. And on top of that, I already figured I had twice as much space than I needed to, so I decided to double it again, so there's enough space to do another set of lines coming off of this, and surely that would be enough, at least for beating the game. Maybe not for a mega factory, but we're sure not streaming a mega factory here. A floor per tier, but goods are not clearly tiered in this game, sadly. Unless it was per tier of stuff that you have access to, but we're well beyond that. So, how's this going to go down? Well, I think all I need to do right now is go and fetch these goods, and of course, refine these goods as needed. So I need to make my ingots. We were just about to get started on making steel. I've forgotten what my plan was with that, but I'm pretty sure I laid out a foundation to get it started, so I will. I also need to think about fluids. I was playing around with different ideas of how to set fluids up. I thought about stacking 4 on top of each other and bringing the pipes up, but it was monumentally taller than anything else. So I think what I will do is I'll bring up maybe 3 double buffer sets of water, and then set the rest apart for, let me think. I probably don't need crude oil up here, but I will do refinement down there and bring up fuel, heavy oil, plastic, rubber. I shouldn't need polymer. Is there any other fluid that I'd want to be bringing up, Jings? What are all the fluids? Tell me about yourself. Oil. Oh, that's right. I'd also need the gases, but at least gases don't have head lift. What's the raw limestone for? Never know when you need some raw limestone. Why don't we even check what it could be for? Why, we might want to make some concrete on demand here. Although you'd think concrete would be something that I ship up, rather than make up here, given that it gets condensed. Oh, now that's a point. I probably should have one of these set aside for concrete. That would make a lot of sense. Yeah, and concrete is raw enough to have down with the raw stuff. Anyway, getting ahead of myself. What else could I possibly want it for? Maybe not much. Maybe doing diamonds, actually. Yeah, cloudy diamonds. That's a particle accelerator thing, though. I'd rather have pink diamonds. Anyway, I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Besides, we've already brought it over. That's actually a really good point about the concrete. I am convinced that's a good idea, because one always needs a lot of concrete. Well, always, but one certainly wants concrete. I'm now thinking, I only have these done by 6s, so how do I bring over just 1? What I could do is just make another stack of 6 and have them, because concrete might not be the only raw-ish thing I'm forgetting about. And it's not like we are lacking space. Space is not something one lacks in this game. Where's my bus buffer? I'll have you here somewhere, and then I love being able to nudge. Nudging is Olev. Down you go. And then another set of busing. I have it set to... Whoa. Don't be flown away now. Blueprint auto connect, turn around, and boom. I love how easy that is. Although it took a while to realize just how easy it is. Alright, there we go. And that does mean that I should definitely get one of these for concrete. But we can sort that out before we forget. You are going to be concrete. Select icon and just say concrete. What I could do is even bring over the wet concrete that I set up here. Let me think where I did that. Somewhere around here I set up my wet concrete stuff. It would not be very hard just to bring it over by a long beltway. Although another idea would be to take some nearby concrete, just bring it over. Yeah, that's very close. Wet concrete is very easy to set up as well. If you have blueprint deconstruction mode on, you can pipette blueprints. Really? Wow, that's cool. That's very cool. Weird that you have to go deconstruction to do it, but cool indeed. Alright, thanks for that. Also, our concrete should be concrete colored. What's the most concrete-ish color? Not that. Yeah, it's concretey enough. Alright, time to go and make that steel and bring over everything else. Also probably a good idea to set you up with a couple of holes here. This is probably something that I should blueprint at some point as well. But as we have discovered, blueprinting vertical belts just does not seem to work. They get... yeah, we tried to make it for our... What was that even? What does that do? Well, it does something and it didn't work for me. That's our iron ore smelter. That sounds about right. Okay, let's try and figure out what I'm doing with this steel. Matthew Steel. You get out of here. Oh, wait. Never mind. Whee! Would have been a terrible time to realize I didn't have fuel or something similar to that. Holding control while nudging does mini nudge. Whoa, I wish I'd known that before. It did perturb me that nudging seems to be in very large set chunks, so when something was just a little off, I couldn't quite get it where I wanted, but now I can. Also, there we go. Let's enjoy the beauty of the game. Oh god, get away. There we go. Enjoy the beauty of the game whilst free falling down to death. If you think I've forgotten what my plans were for making steel, you're completely correct. We have access to iron, we have access to coal. I cannot remember if I was planning on bringing over this limestone to make my steel much more efficiently. 3 and 3 to 3. I swear one of these involved limestone to make it cheaper. I might be imagining that. I don't know how much steel we're going to end up needing, but maybe if I just use regular steel ingot, it'll be fine. I don't want to smelt down iron ingots, even if I do so cheaply. And I don't want to use compressed coal. The components have recipes using it. Components, you have recipes using what? Maybe the steel components have recipes using the concrete, and that's true. Yeah, there we go, like molded beams and such. But that's all the reason to have my concrete shipped up there, and then we do the steel refinement up there. But for now I want my steel done and dusted here. But how do we do that? Probably by setting up a blueprint to make the foundry. And then go from there. And of course my blueprint maker is all the way back there, but I should still be able to make one. Very handy. Yeah, I'm glad I spent all of those points wisely building. This is still foundation concrete, right? Yes, good, good. I got no problem giving myself plenty of space here. And I won't need to keep this blueprint maker, so let's just shove it down and work from there. Oh, also we can test this control nudging. Yeah, it's half a nudge. Convenient. Alright, so get over there, design the foundry stuff, because I haven't made any kind of foundry design, but we also need to bring the stuff over. I'd rather build the foundry before bringing stuff over, though. Makes it easier to know where to plug it in, and how much space I have for such a thing. So, first and foremost, I need a bit of power brought over here, if you don't mind. Because I need to be able to fly. Well, not just fly, I need to be able to hover. So nice to know this stuff can just be cleaned up very easily. Yeah, the hover is great. The range I wish was double, though. So. Steel ingot is just raw and raw through foundry, so consider a foundry. A foundry. Man, it's so small. All these massive buildings, and now I get to see something so delightfully tiny. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. How tiny are you? You're slightly too big to have one per square, but I could set up a lovely 4 set and we'd be fine. Center it around the center point here. Why is it not snapping to this stuff? Well, this is where control nudging comes in, I suppose. And then I can have you set up like here, and here, and then here. And I see little reason not to stack them on top of each other. It worked so well before, why not have it work again? Just levitating, not levitating though, it's being suspended by all the steam. Oh, that isn't smoke. Don't know why it says I don't like this, and then when you press H it goes, oh, what do you mean? I totally like this. Slight problem, of course, is that vertical splitters are going to be broken here because of blueprinting nonsense. But that I'll just have to live with. I jammed 32 in my big blueprint. Yeah, I could certainly get more in this, but it's not really a big deal, is it? Maybe it is. I mean, if I'm going to be building all 32 in this, then what's the point in even making the blueprint? I suppose the point is being able to use it for later. Right, splitter, because in comes iron and in comes coal. What kind of rate are we going to be doing this at anyway? I guess I want to turn all of this incoming coal and iron into steel. So I should probably think about how much we're having coming in here. Also, I believe we made the point that if we wanted to auto-connect, we need to have belt coming in and out. Which is a little bit sad, but what you gonna do? Now, when we do blueprint this, we're gonna have to get rid of this. Although I might... The game hasn't been updated, has it? I mean, that would be very convenient. Updated to fix this little issue. Good morning, says Fry. So it's always a good morning if you're spending your time playing Factorio. It's also a good morning if you spend your time playing Satisfactory. It's good to play games that make you feel like a productive member of society. But these are just lies you tell yourself, of course. What was the way to bring you out? Was there such a way? Well, maybe if I did it straight, it'd be fine. This is really not happy now, is it? Can I nudge you over, even slightly? No. The only way to get this done properly last time was to build up a stackable pole thing. And even then, it's hard to line it up with you, isn't it? Hard. Try... Yeah, oh, thank goodness that control nudging. How did I do this before? How high are you? Too high. As in 2 blocks high, not an inordinately large amount of high. And then the same must be done for you coming out over here. Starting to think I should have these stackable poles on my quick bar, the amount we use them. But only starting. It might be broken only for refineries. Ah, now that's a point. I'd imagine there'd be a lot more posting about it if it was broken for everything. We'll give this a go anyway. No point worrying too much about it. Now, I also don't see any point in making another whole load of splitting for this when I could just do vertical thingamajiggers going up top. So conveyor lift. If we just have you not show you're lining up at all. But you are lining up, of course. Why would there be any semblance of a problem? Up by 1, up by 1. Up by 1. Up by more than 1. Hard to tell at times. Yeah, I don't know why this doesn't show the little line of connectivity. Now, thinking about it, what's the numbers here? We're just doing regular old steel ingots here. 3 iron ore, 3 coal, 45 coming out, 45, 45. 45 times 8 is 360. That shouldn't be a problem for one belt coming in. That shouldn't be a problem for a single Mark V feeding 2 of these. Okay, that's good, but how much iron and coal are we bringing in here? We've got normal, impure, impure. So I can imagine 1200 on both. So is 1200 just making 1200? Yeah, this is just 1200 steel ingots a minute. That seems pretty agreeable. If I bring over all this coal and use all of this impure iron, it's just steel galore. Alright, so the question is, if I have 1200 a minute and we're eating 45 a chunk, I need 26 of you. Could I do that a little differently and make you nicely divisible by 8? Why don't I do 32 of you and then have all of you underclocked? That sounds like a great idea. So I've got 8. It's not so bad, but I could have these things go back to front for feeding it out. It's certainly an idea. Can the power grid support all this expansion? Give me a good reason why it couldn't. Look at all that underutilized power. And so much of this is my schlooped, sharded, hand-fed stuff, which, thinking about it, we have no further use for, so I should be grabbing them back. If we need any of those advanced items, you better believe we have the ticket economy for it. Well, I certainly believe I have the ticket economy for it. Right, now I wish to merge you and shunt you back the way you came, actually. So. I guess that just means shove you, want you here. I'm not going to have this merge together with another identical one that's on the other side. That seems greedy. Not least of all because I need to link the top one with the merger thing here. It also makes it less flexible, in my humble opinion. Although, as Ada said, things can always be more efficient. But is that true when resources are already infinite? I'm unsure about that, Ada. There is a maximum that one can achieve here, so it's not exactly space that is the issue. Humble, yes, Test July. Don't you know I'm the best at being humble? Adds to my adds to my Argos catalogue of skills. Certainly not my Asda catalogue. Alright, this seems largely agreeable. I don't like how far you stick out, though. Could we do something about that? I hate it when when the belts end up coming way out beyond the necessary girth of the devices. So let's not be having that. Let's instead have you in line with here, and then a little bit over, and then you don't mind that tiny, tiny distance there. Oh, great. Oh, I feel like a verified genius here. Right, this is 8. 4 copies of you, and we are done and dusted. Just had a thought, though. You can't mirror a blueprint, can you? I couldn't take this and then mirror it to have, well, a mirror over on this side, could I? Or building, you can't mirror something, you can only rotate it. Is that correct? I assume so, given that would mean actually changing the layout of the foundry, and with all the 3D models, surely mirroring would be a non-trivial thing for this game. Although it shouldn't be too hard to just rebuild while flipped and then reverse the direction of the belts. That's what I'm thinking. Anyway, we'll just give this a save. What's my naming convention anyway? What do my blueprints tell me about my naming convention? Okay, number and then name. Although I called another thing a refiner array. Anyway, this is 8 times foundry. Beautiful. Although I suppose with all this space, do we really need to overthink how this comes together? 8 times foundry. I don't want you on any kind of fancy blueprinting shenanigans, or do I? No, I don't. Just have you on auto connect, please. Where does everything flow in from? Kind of flows in from this side. If I take that over and come in this way, but I want it actually flowing in from this side. That way. Is that true? No, that's not at all true. Oh gosh, now I can't tell which side things come in and out. They come out on the side that's closest to me and then flow in that direction. Sure. Although I can always stack these on top of each other if I want, can't I? Yeah, always think about how much more vertical one can go. That's surely winning advice right there. I forgot something quite important about this setup. Who knows what it was? That's right. How did I expect to have this done without power? Power you, power you, power you, power you. Keep it uniform. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are the splitters round robin or not? I don't know what you mean by round robin. They're just splitters. They're certainly not smart ones. Alright, give that another save. Certainly overwrite. Escape still doesn't close that window, despite my hearty desires. You be gone. You be gone. You be gone. Okay, once more with gusto. It comes out and it's flowing in that direction, and that is fine. Yes. What is round robin? Now you've got me all sorts of curious. There we go, that should help me stay connected as well. Right, so you were telling me I can... Oh, that's nice, that's really nice. That's not how I want you connected. Although, have I got you the wrong way around? Yes, that looks exactly to be my problem. And if that's half of what I need, then this can be 100% of what I need. Alright, seems easy. Seems almost too easy. What's the catch? The catch is that all of this is showing red, but I think that's just because they don't have their recipes in them. I'll get that momentarily. Gotta wire this up though. Wiring is a bit of a pain. I hope someday to move over to tier 3 power lines, but I'm going to need the high-speed connectivity things to be fully automated, which of course they're not even partially automated. Nice to know that this could be doubled, but how and why? Okay, so we need to do a bit of thinking, which is not my strong point here. I have, by my count, 32 of these. So I need to be running at 26.66666 divided by 32 times 100, so 83.3333. Keep them underclocked, save myself a bit of power, have everything run at the surely correct speed. It's where it splits the item equally to each machine instead of filling up one machine at a time. No, and that doesn't seem necessary. I don't particularly like manifold, but it's hard to deny that there's not much of a downside. Because once it's up to speed, it'll stay up to speed as long as everything is balanced, and considering that the input won't slow down due to lack of resources, like in, say, Factorio with a mine running low, doesn't seem to be much of a downside to just running manifold. Good on space as well. I still think splitting is sexy, but that's not an option currently. Well, it's not an option I'm delving into because splitting this equally seems like a pain. I see you there. Hopefully these things will stop respawning now that I have powered devices over here. I'm told that things stop respawning once you have powered goodies. Right, so that is all flowing in this direction, which means I need my iron coming in here. Hold on, I just had a thought. The way I set it up, I'm going to need Mark 6 belts, which is probably not what I should have done. What I should have done was have it split in half. Or at least have it stacked on top of each other. Yeah, because this won't handle it. Alright. How will I do this then? I have options. Which one do I like the most? I could just have you set up like so, or I could have you up top. I like stacking things on top of each other. So let's have you... Is that the right way connected? It's easier if I look at it from this perspective. That seems about right. Let's have you overlapping nicely. And then up's a daisy. Easy money. Still comes in this way and out that way. Well, that just means the resources have to come in from this side, and that's no big deal. Oh, crumbs. That's what you get for having auto-connect on. I'm sure this is exactly what they had in mind at Coffee Stain Studios when they brought in vertical nudging. They wanted this. Why is the conveyor belt up? Oh, it connected. Right, well, off goes auto-connect. So H, and then along we go. Gotta mash, it's faster than not mashing. Make sure that's all lined up. Looks absolutely lined up to me. And the next one's much easier, because then I can go, what is it? Remove pipette, blueprint auto connect. Have you like so? Oh, that's so easy. And then it doesn't like it because of something. Because of what? Invalid conveyor belt shape. Looks pretty valid to me. What's your problem? I guess I could have it not auto-connect. What about the power poles? I'll just link them back up, that's no big deal. How does this keep happening? I keep losing my number one. Probably hovering over something here when I'm pressing number one. Did I reverse this or something? Yes, I did. It's okay, we'll get there in the end. Mondo better. And it also means I need to copy over the order for these guys, but that's fine as well. And these guys didn't auto-connect because of reasons. Is this going the right way? Why does something not feel right about this? Ah, that's because the finished good is coming out in this direction. Not necessarily what I wanted. Actually, maybe it is, because I just need to feed it over there. And then it can join the pre-existing line that I made for coal. Ah! I'm inadvertently a genius. Well then, there was never anything to worry about. It's okay. Genius manifests in all kinds of ways. No need to overthink it. That way both sides can take Mark V input and have Mark V output joining over on two Mark V belts adjoining the coal. Now all I need to do is bring the coal and the iron over here. Where's the coal? Where's the iron? Hopefully it's not way below me, but I suspect it might be. Ah, hello. Iron aplenty. Irons. Also worth noting, we've got all that nitrogen gas. That is most likely what we'll bring over for the bus. So, impure is a bit of a problem, but only a little bit, because it means we have to set up minor Mark IIIs, squeeze every last bit of juice out of them, and feel a little bit unhappy about that. I think I've been a bit too anal about chunk aligning these before. It really doesn't matter, does it? So there's two of you here, and then there are two of you over here. Good. Hold on, is this something that I can settings copy? It is? Wow. Cool, so I can just go blunk, and then you take everything. Good. Don't see any need to split the power anymore here. This should be fine. So you're all coming out, you are guffing out at only 300 a minute. For that much megawatts, that doesn't feel like a good deal for me, but it's what we got to do. So 600 and 600. I gotta have you fed up here. Can probably do away with the blueprint designer. However, you can't do that when there are things inside it. Alright, well, Nice knowing you. Let's make sure you're well saved. And clear you. That does fill this up, but I should get that back. Nice. It certainly is nice having a respectable inventory now. And to be clear, the goods do indeed flow in this way. Hang on, hang on, hang on. No, I got it reversed again. This whole thing is the wrong-ish way around, but it's no big deal. Yeah, it's no big deal. Just bring the iron and coal over here, and we're all good. And that is absolutely no big deal. Because I can... is this going to line up, actually? If I put a hole over here, and then I feed it out like so, is that at ground enough level? It absolutely is. And if I put another hole over here... Actually, it needs to be over there. Is that off by one? Does this need to be diddled over by a little bit? Looks like it does, but hey, that's what Control-Shift is for. And then you come out, and like so, and like so. Issue, of course, is that you need to be over here as well, but then we just do the same thing and set it back a little bit further, and all is well. Ah, nice. So many cool tools in this game. I can't help but feel almost a little guilty for how much I get to enjoy this, because I can just imagine how much pain those poor early access adopters had to go through, whilst I just get to guzzle it all up. The guilt is hard to deal with, but I'm sure I'll find a way. I love vertical belts. No guilt, they chose the pain. Yes. Yes, they did. Many people have tried to make me feel guilty. Every last one of them have failed. Right, how's this gonna work anyway? I don't want to get too much in the way of what's going on here, so... Is that actually chunk-aligned? That feels like it's just completely off. That is chunk-aligned. Okay, guess we're fine. How dare this stuff get in the way, though? I didn't agree to stuff. Why did I think these things gave out poison? I still think they gave out poison. Alright, I'm gonna need this power one way or another, so let's have you here. So the iron's gonna come along over to here. Is that aligned with where I am right here? More or less. Hopefully more than less. Because what we valuably learnt here is that we don't need to feel limited by things like this. This should feel limited by our imagination. Although that is a little bit off, huh? But that's what H is for, right? How can I do this better? I want that aligned with that. What I could do is look where in this the holes are and line it up accordingly. For example, that one's right on the corner. So when building this, put this one similarly right on the corner. And then that does work, but I'd rather have it actually connect properly. Can you not nudge this? There we go. It didn't like that. Why not? I think if you enter nudge mode, it no longer does the connection, which is why that becomes a little awkward. Because this one needs to be nudged a little. And yeah, I need to hit H to give it a little nudge. Then can I stop hitting H? No, it snaps. That's a little awkward. You have to unlock the hologram to be able to stretch it. Yeah, and that's the problem. Because when I unlock it, it's no longer nudged. It wants to snap. It does connect, but it looks ugly. You're ugly. It'll do that, and I'm pretty sure that'll work, but could I live with myself having this? Alternative is to shift where it is up top. It's just a little bit of jiggling and poking for the ride. But I think I'm going to have to cut my losses on this one and bring you down like so. Don't enjoy cutting my losses, but sometimes you gotta do it. This one, on the other hand, should have no problem just going right up if I get the location right. That's starting to feel like a big if. How did I do this so easily on the other one? I must have lined it better with the bit on the bottom. I mean, I could just do this, right? At this point, this is going to take a lot less effort. Although, do you guys get in the way of each other? Could I live with such horrific clipping? I'm not sure I could. Or just run the belt along the ceiling, as Nyx suggested. Nyx suggests many things. It also seems easier given that everything is... Oh no, look at all this rock in the way. Who could possibly do such a thing? Belts along ceilings. The very suggestion. Actually, it might be a bit of a pain getting this stuff in, given the location that we have here, but whatever. It's on the underbelly, no one's going to even notice. Didn't I have a thing for this? Yes, yes, you. Just get them all stuck in here. Beautiful in its own way. It's coming together. have big success. The iron ore she is flowing. Up and over she goes. Weren't you getting 2 600 belts? Ah. Ah. Big success turned into not so big success. These are not all meant to be iron. One is to be iron and one is not. I should have merged these together instead of doing what I'm doing. Alright, see these back ones? No iron for you. Actually. Yeah, that means I don't need all this coming down. Because the coal is coming from higher. Yes. Relatively big mistake made. That's okay though, we can clear out the garbage. However, that does mean I gotta clear out this garbage, huh? What's the best way to clear a belt? Never had such belt congestion before. When in doubt, sink the garbage. Probably gonna have to rebuild everything now. Nonsense. I have my solutions. Wait, what? Where's the entranceway here? See? Get it all sunk like that. And there's no problem. Is everything actually flowing over here? Maybe I already cleared it out. You can drag the contents of the machines right into the trash once the belts are cleared. Yes, that's a good idea. Perhaps even a great idea. But yes, we need to clear all this nonsense away. The machines are fine. The inserting belts, they are not. The machines... Wait, the upper ones don't have their recipes yet. The bottom ones do. Alright, there we go. With that minor crisis averted, or dealt with rather, certainly nothing was averted. What we're meant to do is have these conjoin before they go in. Again, which ones do I actually want fed? Doesn't really matter as long as it's consistent. Let's have the front two fed. Which means I want a merger on them. Merge. 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 Then they should be getting everything up. Yeah, don't worry about how that's staggered. These belts are congested currently. And now that means that these need their coal, but let's not marry ourselves to the idea that the coal comes from there. Coal could come from anywhere. I just need to locate it and bring it over. And this time it's going to be 3 loads of it. Let's start with the normal one over here. It's probably up a bit, right? I can only imagine. I do wish these large power lines had more than 3 connections, because one is taken up by default. One is pretty much always taken up by default by somebody else latching onto it, and that doesn't leave you with much left over. Ah, you. Certainly be having you. 10 more shards. I took account of my shards. It's something like 1,400 of them. So I think we're good on shards for at least a little while. Alright, here's coal 1. Need only be brought over there, so that's nice and easy. Production, miner mark 3, boom. Slam it in, shard it up. Actually, I wonder, could I just go paste settings? Hey, it remembers that from the other one. Is that really the amount of megawatts it's going to be using? I thought the other ones were using there we go, there we go. Don't you worry, you just gotta get over here, no harm, no fuss. And then you say that you don't want to. Well, you gotta do what you gotta do. It's my job to make you do your job whether I like it or not, which I do. Very much. Can I have you chunk a line straight, or do you not do that anymore? I think what I would need to do is have it come along a bit. Don't like how this is going to get in the way of any potential other buildings that I do here, but that's only potential. Alternatively, I could not care so much, but You know what, let's do it like that. Bring you around the back? Sure. Are you bending at the tip? You are not good. Get sick of those bendy tips. This is a lot of effort for doing a very simple thing. I need to get faster and better at this if I'm ever going to fill up that bus and actually start building a factory. Don't you worry, I can feel the factory coming already. That is 600 coming in right now, so I need not concern myself. I don't consider that really much of a clipping. I'm just compressing the iron. Not a problem. And then the other 2 bits of coal need to be brought together. Most problems are Future Jake problems, and who cares about those? I think Future Jake does. Hard to say for sure, but I'm pretty sure he gets a little bit peeved at all the mortgaging of problems that are brought onto him. Yeah, but screw that guy. Doing this more for electrical access. Now, if I were 2 additional wimpy coal nodes, where would I be? Well, if I were a slug, potentially purple slug, I'd be down there. But if there's one thing we don't need more of right now, it's shards. Ah, here we go. Wimpy coal. Nice to zap connect onto my completely superfluous rail line. Right, there's one. Where's the other? Ah, it's a wee bit over in that direction. Activate eyes. Quite disappointing. Yeah, I get that, Roseanne. By you always coming in and saying, where's the trains? Build some trains. I like trains, but clearly I don't love them the way you do. Wait, you're not even connected to anything. What are you doing here? Oh, wait, I connected you like that, didn't I? That was clever, but perhaps too clever. Is that the coal? That looks a lot like the coal. Yeah, I don't think trains will be used much in this run. It's hard to imagine a use case for them right now. At least for what I'm doing here. Most of the goods that I would want for my bus are available quite nearby. In fact, I think everything I need is nearby. The only thing that might be a ways away is uranium. Well, even uranium's over there, but I don't see any use for uranium in this run at all. I'm pretty sure all of my power needs can be met by my oil over there, which we haven't even made into rocket fuel, but we certainly have the gubbins to do that now. Yeah, how did curvy belts work before? I do concede they certainly look good, but in what way do they not look good prior? But yeah, I like curvy belts quite a lot for just moving your goods around. Where are you going to? You're going over there, right? I'm glad my aluminium is holding as well as it does. Ooh, you're not going to enjoy this journey, are you? No, but what if I made you enjoy it? Forcibly. Some people like that. Let's just bring you down as far as you can go. And then... that's a bit too much. I might just have to zoop out some foundation here. Is that actually connecting the way I want it to? Well, it is now. Hopefully it doesn't bite me in the bum that I'm not using my blueprint for this. Alright, you just get yourself in and over here. I'll have you come along here some way, somehow, in due time. But you need to merge together with the other coal. Not that coal, although it could be that coal. There's no good reason why it can't be that coal. It is closer, more convenient. I want to save that coal to make compacted coal to bring up to base with the sulfur. Do I already bring sulfur up, by the way? Just regular sulfur? No, but we have sulfur over there for that. Alright, that could work out just fine. Yeah, look at how conveniently located you are. Gosh, why did I even think about the other one? Alright, you're coming over here then. Get up here nice and curvy-like, except you don't want to. And then I need a merger. And the merger will become one with you. Oh yeah! And then all I need is for you to get powered up. And of course, going at full pelt. Curved belts weren't a thing. I could have sworn I was using curved belts on 1.0. I started playing this on 1.0. 1.1 is a recent edition. But maybe I didn't, and it's all a delusion in my head. It should not at all be a new thing. I'm gonna love my roller coaster. Okay, so in comes coal belt number 2. Feed it in, and then out comes all the steel that a man could need. Although I will probably have to efficiently use that steel. Let's figure out how you're coming along here first. And let's get bothered by you not extending out far enough here. Right, so it turns out these holes were not for me. And you were off-center. That's extra funny. I didn't delete anything I needed, right? I sure don't need you. Whoa, we've had plenty of bendy tips here, but this one is bent beyond belief. Why must it do this sometimes? What does it have against me? I just want this thing coming out straight, but look at that. What's it trying to do here? I know now. Hold on, we might even be able to solve it by doing this. Maybe not. Thought I could hollow lock it and use that. Yeah, it's because you're off-center due to coming out of a splitter there. Right, now I'm beginning to understand. I'm beginning to notice. Alright, so you ain't junk to me, but what I can do in this kind of situation is have you like so. Then I think we'll be fine if we build straight from here. Hoop. Yeah. No. I don't know how you can enjoy Satisfactory clunkiness after having played Factorio. I agree. Building in this game does sometimes feel like pulling your own teeth out. However, when things work, they work very well, and this game has appeals that Factorio does not. Aesthetics being one of them, three-dimensional element being another, exploration being another, although we're pretty much done with exploration. We have explored this beautifully handcrafted world now. Right. And then there was Steele. Matthew Steele. And I'm well aware that I will need to sort my iron issue. Hang on, you already all have your orders, right? Yes, but what I need to do is pull all of the iron out of each of these. They will chew the iron off of the belt that's already there, and then once all the iron is gone from the incorrect belt, it'll get filled with coal from the very correct belt. Because you see, it rockets up and then slows down as it chews up the initial iron. Good. And then same for you. Give me that. Also, why do you not have coal? Something isn't working there. It's a good sign that the blueprinted thingamajiggers are working, though. The vertical belts. So it might have just been a refinery problem. That's a promising problem to have. Right, now what's our problem? Because not all of you are working. Is this coal even being brought in? Why do you not get coal? What was your favorite biome after all of the exploring? Probably the biome that we're in. That biome over there. The one with all the nice blue stuff. That place is pretty cool. Desert biome, probably the most boring, but that's the case in most games ever. Why are you not taking in your coal? What's your problem with this coal? This is a splitter. The splitter should be going down into the lift, and the lift should be feeding into the foundry. But the ones above you are working fine. This isn't accidentally a smart splitter. Do we have an issue that this isn't actually working? The fact that trying to dismantle it does not get me coal tells me it's probably not... Oh, then it is still a problem. Darn. Okay, then yes. Now, that looks ultra connected. It's not like the one we had with the refinery where it was clearly jutting out. But yes, you are not connecting. And then you're connecting. Yeah, buggery. Oh well, them's the brakes. How did you filter again? G for filtering. Let's get the filtration going. That is a damn shame. I was getting excited about this not being as big an issue as it is. But that's what I get for playing on experimental. I don't mind it though, the additions in 1.1 are well worth it. Besides, it's hardly a big deal to slam you in here and, not that at all. Don't worry, this has been an issue since early access. It has nothing to do with experimental. Nyx has got a gear to grind with this game. I read your big old negative review on it, and I do agree. I agree with your sentiment, however, I do enjoy the game. I couldn't give this game a thumbs down. I knew what I was getting in for. Alright, there we go. That should be A-okay. That should spit me out 2 lines of 600 rather, steel per minute, and I need only bring it over there without effort. And blueprint our way over, please. Oh gosh. Why is this not blueprinting? Because this was never a real line. What can I do about that? There's no need to even do a blueprinted thing. Why don't we just bring this over? Where is the line gonna go? Here. Whee! And more whee. Huh. Why can I not make wall outlet Mark II by pressing E until it says so? Well, now I can. Ah, because it switched between double and regular. Okay, well, somewhat makes sense. Just grab that and bring it along, please. I just want to keep flying, you know. And I don't want to fall into the abyss. It's been a good long time since I've died, and I want to keep it that way. That should be plenty enough space to bring you down. Although one suddenly wonders, why did I even do this? I have tools for this kind of thing. And a little... oh, crap. I thought the wall things would stay. Please latch onto me. Well, I thought wrong. I decided you're coming through here, right? Should be plenty of space for 2 of you. Good. And now I want my belty thing. too steep, I would expect. Can you curve? No, that'd be too much to ask. I know I could do this in 100 different ways, but which way do I prefer? Probably that. Alright, there we go. That took, I don't know, 45 minutes longer than it should have, but here it comes. Hey, it is there. Did I have a power pole or something that you were connecting to? I don't understand. How did I lose my connection to these things? Maybe I hit the wire when I was using my destruction tool. Alright, there we go. Steal achieved. That's a good way to put it. I suspect you need to be brought out a little bit further. And then you need to be brought down hither. Which side do you want to go on? Probably the outer side. That seems to just work well in every capacity here. I have never clipped in my life. All the clearance a man could need. Easy. At some point we're going to need to automate filters, radiation filters and gas filters. Where... what? Did I somehow make this go the wrong way? Why? But why? What? I think I double built the last thing. That explains it. I didn't even notice. How did that happen? There we go. That seems to be working just fine now. It's not clipping that Z fighting C-space. Surely. So many resources. There's more steel than I ever had before. I think I have 2 foundries going in my original steel smelter. And now we got 32. What a wonderful time to be alive. Now here's a question. Which of these are steel? Maybe I should have added some kind of information on the bottom as well to make this easier, but guess what I didn't do? That. Wait, speaking of that, why am I doing this? I didn't set up automated elevation for nothing. I still wish this was faster. I wish it were twice as fast as it is. I think now the other one isn't connected. No, it was just that the line was saturated because it wasn't linked up at the bottom here. like this. It reminds me of going down flumes, except there's no water here. I haven't been to a water park or indoor leisure centre in far too long. Maybe even since I got to Hungary. Right, steel is here. Here's the steel. Okay, how are you getting in here? With relative ease. Well, I say that, but I gotta remember that these guys will want connected some way, somehow. Don't want to get in the way of everybody. You don't like your shape. It looks like it wants to come out a certain amount before. How did I solve this before? Aha, by having more space is how I solved it before. Right, well then. Let's imagine, if we will, that we have two parallel lines coming in like so. And they want in. How will you accept them? Through egregious clipping? I don't like that. There we go. Now, please. Starting to think there's 100 different ways I could have made this, well, better. But only starting. Ew. Let's make this not so hideous, shall we? Nice. Very nice. So this is still only half of the capacity that we need. We could merge these two into one tier 6 belt and then bring over a second batch of steel, but the dream is that we don't have to. Alright, nice and easy. You can feel and hear the slowdown coming up this. Curse that gravity. I wish I did not have with relative ease in my head. Whenever I hear or say that, I think of the Donkey Kong rap. Can pick up boulders with relative ease. Makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze. He may move slow, he can't jump high, but this Kong is one hell of a guy. But here's the trivia question for you, chat. Which Kong is that song talking about at that moment? Oh yeah, look at that. It really did show preference to the upper level before the lower one. High school physics gone. Donkey Kong rap in there till I'm dead, as it should be. Alright, that was one whole thing brought over. Why is the coal not coming in? Because it only comes in through one belt, that's fine. What do we bring over next? I'm thinking reanimated SAM. I shouldn't need a ton of this stuff. But I don't like the idea of me just bringing in an impure. Actually, it's all impure, isn't it? Ew. Ew. Is that really as good as we can do on the SAM? Sorry, cuz. Ah, would you look at that? Pure SAM. Pure unadulterated SAM right there. And as it happens, it should be easy to plug into the belt that we have over here. So let's go and get our hands on SAM. What's this giant sky platform even for? It's to keep the factory away from all the unworthies down there. Is that the SAM right there? That's probably the impure stuff, which means the pure lands are over there, right? Yeah, over there and well elevated. Let's check it out. I want to process my SAM into activated SAM before bringing it over here. For the simple reason that it condenses down 4:1. What is this even here for? Oh, I believe I was rejigging the belts. Yeah, somebody pointed out during last time that it's probably a good idea to have a little bit of clearance underneath. And I was inclined to agree, so I actually brought this up so that there's more clearance to play with for getting pipes and belts underneath. Why? Why does this sometimes go in there? I need another jetpack so it stops flinging itself into my dimensional storage toilet. I also need it to stop defaulting to the wrong thing. Alright, let's go and find ourselves SAM. Is that SAM, or is that still more of the impure stuff? Still the impure stuff. There's the pure stuff. Looking good. All seems simple enough. There's power right there. Sam is speaking to me, though. Yeah, and it's right next to the impure coal that we grabbed over here for... what again? Was that the bauxite, or was that something else? I will concede I've forgotten. Yeah, that was indeed for the bauxite. Okay, well, life gets easier, not harder. Although the question might be, how do we get this back to over here? But I can just drag a belt over, that's no big deal. Let's chunk align ourselves some concrete foundation, because we're also going to be processing this SAM here. Sorry, Sam, you're getting processed. Is there a roof above the belt? It's not a roof, it's a ceiling. It'll house the next part for processing. Alright, what's the rate that we're playing around with here? We're making... well, this won't be 480, it's pure, right? So this will be coming out at 1200. 1200 into SAM activation. You'll eat 120, so I need 10 constructors constructing reanimated SAM. Did I ever think to put constructors into my blueprint? Would you look at that? 8 times constructors. I could just take my 8 and... oh, it did it again. I just need to take my 8 constructors and then add 2 more. That should be a triviality. I also need to remember how this thing actually connects, huh? What goes in where? Something comes in on that side, that's fine then. And in fact, wouldn't this auto-connect if I put it near you? I swear it auto-connected before. Well, not that it matters, right? As long as you feed out to there, And as long as you're actually working. Oh, I do not like how that's clipping. Where is that even connecting into? You, huh? You're gone now. Don't you need 10 of them? I do indeed. And how hard could it possibly be to add 2 more? Apparently very hard with these suckers getting in the way. Well, they die in 3 hits anyway, so... With that, they should never return, right? Now that this area has powered machinery. Hopefully corpses being in the way doesn't get in the way either. Yeah, look at that. Not quite reaching where I need it to. Even with the control version of going up and down, it doesn't quite go there. Why is that, I wonder? I thought we could have an agreement by having you connect up like so. I swear I found a way to make this work when I was making my blueprint. Ah, that's probably how we do it. We have you like so, and then you like so. Alright, easy money. Now there's no set... Wait, couldn't I make loads of you and then underclock you to a ton? Isn't that even easier? Yeah, that is easier. I like easy. So I just need to blueprint auto-connect you, preferably the right way around. Why does that not want to auto-connect? What am I doing wrong here? Ah, because when I made this I didn't actually have it so that these connected. I had to do it manually. Yes. Didn't realize that belt didn't auto-connect to belt. Now that's... considerably easier. Yeah, he likes that. Okay, but now instead of having 10, I have 16. So 10 over 16, they need to run at 62.5% speed. 62.5% speed. And think of the savings. Overclocking is easier and faster, but it costs more power, whereas doing this costs me nothing. Even the resources needed to build all this stuff is stuff that we have infinite amounts of, which means that's no cost. So I'll take the power savings, thanks. It'd be nice if these things operated, though. What's their problem? I think the problem was I fed the wrong side. I think that's exactly what the problem was. There we go. Now you'll want to work. For you have no choice. But don't worry, these problems can be made into not problems thanks to the awesome sink. And that seems like it's gone. There's limited space available. Your computer will spontaneously combust before you run out of it. I don't doubt that. Right, so the manifold is doing its usual slow manifold things. But we are getting a pure 1200 per minute coming out of you. But we have a problem with that, don't we? Yes, we do. The problem is we can't handle that speed. That speed is too blinding for us, so we split. Time to split. Mark 5 goes here. Mark 5 goes here. 1, 2, 3, 4. None of you, and some of you. It's so easy. Why is living so easy? Spot check to make sure they're all up to date. 62.5. 62.5. Looking good. Alright, and everything comes out together. I didn't sever anything here, did I? What did tier 6 belts need again? They require fix-it trigons and time crystals. I do have automated trigons in a faraway factory. Over in the kind of desert but not quite area, maybe the arid area. But time crystals we do not have because we would need to automate diamonds, and then we would need to automate turning those diamonds into time crystals. Not a difficult thing to do, but I need my quartz and my coal up there first. Probably be an early thing that we automate though. Alright, and now you need to come with me. But you can just come and join over here, right? There's no problem with that. None that I can imagine, at least. So let's go. Let's get curvy and let's get back. It wants to, but it can't. And I can't think about where I'm going here. I'm going in vaguely that direction. Alright, fine by me. I just so happen to know a really nice spot with both quartz and coal up there. It doesn't really matter though, we've already got coal up onto our belt, our bus rather. And we will be... Yeah, man, this is a pain in the bum, so it is. Alright, down you come. Yes, we'll make them up in the factory because it's not a high throughput good. Not that I can imagine, at least. Am I going the right way here? Feels like I'm making a lot of work for myself. That's okay. Seeing the stuff wandering its way along the landscape fills me with joy. Although being able to actually move around also fills me with joy. Automating filters will add to the lengthy list of things that give me joy as well. That will, however, need automated fabrics. That might not be happening then. Automating fabrics requires polymer. And I'm not sure I'm open to that idea. Can you clear such a chasm? Certainly not, they say. Do I need to clear such a chasm? Where am I? Yeah, well, I need to get over there. That's okay. That's what chunk-aligned zooped stuff is for. Where am I and where am I going? All this to bring Sam back, and honestly, I don't know what I need Sam for. But I'm sure we'll figure out what we need Sam for. That's what this journey is all about. It's needed for making SAM fluctuators, which are further needed for something. But of course I can't make SAM fluctuators off of the bus. That requires steel pipes, I think. Steel pipes feels about right. Not just steel pipes, though. It needs something else. Something more beautiful, unique, and godlike. Alright, well, it was a long way back, but we found our way. Didn't lose our way. Thought I switched to hovering there. I do have one space left on this, I believe. Sure, this is sickening to some people, but not to me. I rather like this. And simply as that, we've now got SAM. Wait, is this all the progress we've made since yesterday? What, this? For today, more or less. You really appreciate the Factorio copy-paste when it's not there. Yeah. I'm with you on that. Right, which belt am I even using here? The one furthest to the... closest to me. Okay. He's still never clipped in his life. Here's hoping I'm not going to end up needing more coal along this coal belt. Also really going to wish that I had labelled these things at the bottom. I got to go up to the top and check once again which one is reactivated SAM. Wait a second. No, I don't. I'm too clever for such things. Let's... How could we possibly know what's up here while we're down here without going up there? Does anyone in chat have an idea? You got 10 seconds while I take a drink to come up with a profoundly great idea. Colouring the lifts is a good idea, but it requires effort. Z Orlando knows it. P for photo mode. R for detach, and then we go. Although notably you don't travel very fast, it's still faster than... Whoops. Oh, you can go faster by going back and... Wait, oh no! You've got a limited detachment from your body. No, how could this have happened? To little old me, but hang on, I can see that colour, but I don't know if that's quartz or not quartz. Well, mistakes were made. Can't believe I've been scammed again. Whee! I tremble at your genius. Very impressive, Jake says, look, Shaden. Oh, don't we all? I've learned not to be bothered by Jake a long time ago. For my own sanity. I'm sure some people come from miles around to watch my genius at play when it comes to... game name. Slay the Spire. Then they see me play a game like this, like I'm a retarded monkey. And then they get all sorts of confused. But that's okay. Right, so you are going to be coming out from here. How do I best get over to you? It's right here. For a man who's never clipped in his life, that sure looks like clipping. But what if we simply curve it underneath? Oh. Yeah, figured it wouldn't like that. It's letting me on here. Oh. Oh wow, it likes that. I am surprised that it likes that. Pleasantly surprised, of course. Thank you, Trommel. In we go and up we go. Watch that SAM fly. I used to watch you for being impressed at how incredibly good you are at games. Now I watch you for being impressed at how your skill levels at games too. What? I'm unsure what you're getting at there, Lux Shadon. Compliment question mark? I am very good at games. Perhaps even monstrously good. There we go. The SAM now flows. Yeah, it does the full top before the bottom, so it's not a splitter like I initially assumed it would be. But I can't imagine needing that much reanimated SAM. Again, what do I even want it for? Fluctuators or converting other goods to other goods. And I don't think I want to do that. Ooh, it can straight up make dark matter residue. But I think we already figured out a dark matter residue loop. Can't remember what it was, but I think we noticed it. The point are these fluctuators. Wait a second, we don't even know what they're used for. But they are used in something here till now unknown. So I can only assume they are in some way used in the ballistic warp drive, as that's the only thing we haven't unlocked yet. Oh, it might be used in singularity cells. Look at that. Mondo SAM fluctuators required in this thing. Fluctuators, not just simply activated SAM, so we will need to get on that at some point. Never mind that though, that's another raw ingredient brought over. What do we bring over next? Copper, of course. Tell me, how do we simply copy-paste color? There's got to be a way, right? Can I, like, middle-click to copy this? I'd like to copy this color onto this. But one, I don't remember what color this is, and two, how do I simply pipette this color? Does anybody know such a thing? Is there such a thing? I'm guessing this is it, but let's do that, as it seems like a clever thing to do. Now we know that's the copper line to bring up. Look how distinctly different colored it is. Wow. There'll be no confusion. Ah, Construction is raiding in. Welcome aboard. This has made many people mad in a... What the hell is that? Okay, so all that steel that we brought up is surely flowing its way properly. I'm concerned now. That's definitely steel, and that's definitely steel here and steel there, but this did not work out. Done and done better. Okay, there we go. Let it all come flying up. Right, I would quite like the copper ingots brought over. Copper ingots and Caterium. Copper and Caterium have that interesting relationship where they fuse together, both for making copper cable and fused Caterium cable. I think I'll need tons of Caterium cable and not so much copper cable, so I don't know what the best way to go about making my copper cables are. Not cable, what do they call it then? Wire. Yeah, wire and quick wire. Is it worth fusing both, I wonder? Probably. It's probably worth fusing both, because I'm going to want a lot of wires for making lots of cables. Although cables can be made out of quick wire, I don't think I want to do that. I think I want to fuse my wire and then coat it in rubber or heavy oil to make that. That's just a guess, so it should be fine. I'm reminded of the weekly one-shot. We skipped the quest description, searched for hours, even though the quest said where to look. What was that, Morrowind? That's okay, though. All of these quasi-insults just flow off of me like water on oil. Because whenever somebody in this community takes up streaming themselves, 99% of the time, they end up a bumbling fool, and I get to laugh and laugh and laugh. In fact, the only time that hasn't happened is when Spambuka did streaming. And Spambuka was incredibly competent at everything he streamed. He's just an incredibly competent man. For a Dutchman, of course. But I still got to laugh because he uses webcam, and you could see him sitting in his squalor kitchen full of piss bottles everywhere. Oh, the laughter was immense. But he did very good at his run of Nancy Drew. Right, never mind that. Let us mind getting copper over here. There's copper here, it's impure. There's copper there, it is normal. What else do we have in terms of copper? Copper. There's pure copper right over there. And there's water here, but I suspect that... Actually, that might be enough copper. So I could just bring the copper over here, grab the water, make pure copper, much like we make pure iron, and bring it on over. Seems nice and simple, and we already did the work to automate the iron ore production, or at least automate the construction of it. So all we need to do is fly over and grab it. What complication could there be? It could be that that water is very shallow. Yeah, spamming his gamer juice. Well, that's grim. It is rather far away, isn't it? Shouldn't be a problem. I can see where the sulfur patch is there, but I don't know if that water is going to be deep enough. Guess we're going to find out. Oh, but if it isn't, what's the backup solution? The backup solution is just ride the copper ore over here and then process it right next to the iron ore. I could get behind that, because it'll be right next to each other. And we know this is a vast sum of water. Hard drives, question mark. I think we've done every hard drive we could possibly do. Unless there are any alternate ways of making singularity cores and such. Unable to scan hard drive. No rewards currently available. We got them all. Or at least we think we've got them all. I need another jetpack, man. I don't like it dumping into my inventory. Do I have the gubbins for that, though? Let us try. That's not a crafting bench thing. That's an equipment workshop thing. You there. I need one more jetpack and one more hover pack. And I'm just making this because there's this weird bug or overlap of hotkeys where switching your active body thing also stores it in the dimensional toilet. So I'm going to fill up the dimensional toilet with both jetpack and hover pack. And now if I press 1 and it decides to put in the toilet, at least it'll be caught in the toilet. It doesn't always do that though, but it does it way more often than I'd like. The long play turned into 100% run? No, God no. What would a 100% run even be? All achievements or... To me 100% is maximum sinking. Reach the maximum possible awesome shop sinking possible. Or it would be all achievements, because 100% awesome shop sinking probably means hundreds of thousands of machines underclocked to 1%. Whatever, you define what 100% is when you set out for it. It's a little concern to me, and I think I'm finally going to say goodbye to leaves and wood. Our days of doing bio stuff are pretty close to being behind us for good. Let's get rid of all this nonsense. Who needs it? Not me. All nodes utilized would be insane, LOL. Possibly, but I've done 100% runs of games before. Like, perfected runs. Some of them even worked. Loved Avorion, but Patrician is still the original gangster. So the question isn't what's up with the copper, which I think I just flew right by. Yes, yes I did. The question is that water good enough? Alright, copper's right there. The water is actually hard to see with all this going on. Certainly looks shallow to me. Looks very shallow to me. The game and I are in keen agreement on the matter. I cannot source my water here. However, there are quartz here. Tell me about the quartz. Impure, normal, pure. Oh, I want those pure quartz brought over here. This is just a very early setup we did to automate some silica and such. There is an argument for actually doing the processing and then bringing up silica and... what's the other thing? Not you. It's prepared quartz. You telling me I don't do that here? I must do that here. Yes, here we go. Prepared quartz. Activated quartz. Quartz crystals, that's it. But I still think I'd rather bring the raw quartz up there and then sort it out there. Do I believe the words that I'm saying? It gets magnified into silica. Pure quartz crystal is a reductive operation. My problem is that it uses water. Anything that uses water I'd rather do on ground level, but it doesn't have to use water. I could just make quartz crystal to demand. I could fuse the quartz crystal. I could make cheap-ass silica. There's a reason to have limestone up top. Use the limestone to make cheap, crappy silica. And then... how much water is that anyway? I think it's no big deal to process my quartz up top, and I can make as much of it as I need, and it's not going to be difficult to bring more water up, I would dare to say. So yeah, I'm happy enough bringing this quartz over directly from here. There should be enough banked up anyway. There we go, now pressing one actually works here. So what does a man do in this regard? He removes this, he removes this, he then makes miner Mark III, going in the opposite direction. That's the right way for me, right? It certainly is. And then we're going to bring you back. Where's the power? There's the power. And you're running full pelt? Well, you are now. Problem number 1. Full pelt requires Mark 6 belt. Or multiple Mark not 6 belts. I think what I do is I make a Mark 5 belt, and then I make a mental note, because those ever work, that I need to upgrade it in due time. Sure. Should be easy. Easy as things get. But yeah, yet another reminder that I should probably get onto automating crystals. Time crystals, that is, so that I can fully enjoy all the privileges one should enjoy of making Mark 6 belts. I got no idea where I'm grabbing power from to glide around, but let's not question it, let's simply enjoy it. Yeah, I like this landscape the most out of the whole lot of them. It feels the most alien. That's how it works with sci-fi, you know? Green is alien. Blue is alien, rather. Jake mixes up green and blue all the time. I'm not colorblind, I'm just word blind. You're grabbing power from the railroad above you. See, I knew that railroad would be useful at some point. Wait, am I? Maybe the one over there. Right, come on, quartz. Got places to be. Awkward. I wonder if I could attach it on there. Oh, I could attach it under there. That would work, kind of. Oh, I knew we had a plan for you. Of course, now I'm never allowed to delete this. I suppose if I did delete it, the belt would still be here. The belt doesn't care that what it attaches to exists or not. Blessed be the belt for that. See, this is what Nick's told me to do. It's a little awkward, but I'm still glad I can do this rather than feel forced to... hold that thought. Yeah, I'm glad I can hover is what I'm getting at. Right, and once again I forget where I'm taking raw quartz in, but we have solutions to that. Yeah, this time I'm going to ride the elevator. I built this thing, I want my money's worth. I just wish, like many things that move in this game, I wish it were twice the speed that it is. Maybe I should take a screenshot of what all my setups are up there. Hold on, doesn't photo mode let you zoom in? Anything look like it says quartz? I can't read that. Why should you worry about one floating belt when the whole factory is levitating 300 meters in the sky? But it's not levitating. It's just very well balanced. This elevator is actually a structural support elevator. Of course, there's a maximum height that you can make an elevator, so I had to make a second elevator. Come on. There we go. Always the tactical stuff. What a beautiful world they've made. Just can't get this stuff with randomly generated worlds. Procedural generation can be beautiful. Early Minecraft certainly was. Right, all this way to try and remember where the quartz was. And the quartz are right here. And they don't have a bottom part. How can I remember that this is the quartz one? Just stay in line with it? That sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. Let's remember that it's 1, 2 over from SAM. That's maybe easier to remember as we set it up. I wish they crafted another map for the big update. Wouldn't that be a lot of work? Tark, you of all people should know lots of work is bad for you. Did I actually connect properly? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, I guess so. So we agreed that it's 2 along from here, right? Sounds about right. So in you go. Hang on. I need to set up another thing with power that goes up there. I need to set up something for my water properly. It's not a huge deal because what I can do is I can launch that thing in and then I can just go up. I definitely paid some money for an expansion that had another map and a new tier. You mean more stuff to achieve once you've done your phase 5? How could they meaningfully add another tier though, I wonder? Alright, up you go. Do I need a second one? It's good to get them both done. Bye-bye, aluminium. I'm glad I have you well automated. The first thing we actually made a half-decent automation for, and it's working wonders for us, is that aluminium. And people said it would be tough to do. They underestimated my genius. Not the first time. Perhaps the last, though. Life is good. You looking the right way around? You're looking very much the right way around. Dread to think how many crystals it's going to cost to upgrade all this stuff. Let's have a quick glance. Ooh, 318 time crystals. Each. So I definitely need to get on with making my crystals. How do we even do that anyway? I'm going to need diamonds to make that happen. I want the one that can be done without using a particle accelerator, so that's almost certainly pink diamonds. That rate is slower than sin, though. 15 a minute. That's a lot of coal, though. If I wanted a lot of this done, I probably wouldn't even want it done on the belt. I'd want somewhere with coal and quartz next to each other and then ship that over. If only we knew somewhere that had both coal and quartz. Actually, how do I then make time crystals out of that? Time crystals is just one-to-one converter. This starts feeling like something that shouldn't even be done on the bus. At best, it should be done locally and then droned in, because that's very low quantity stuff. It's a consideration. Anyway, quartz. It is quartz. Is it processed quartz? For my pink diamonds. Yeah, process the quartz crystal and then combine it with coal. You say 45 per minute, but it's actually considerably more than that in terms of raw quartz. Is there anything that needs to be done on the bus? Nothing needs to be done on the bus, but it will be done on the bus. We're looking for exceptions that prove the rule here. And I am looking for quartz next to coal. There's the quartz, there's the coal. There's the quartz, there's the coal. Oh, man. I hate this game's UX so much. There's so much room for improvement. There's pure coal over here. There's a lot of normal quartz and pure quartz over here. So this sounds like a reasonable place to just make loads of crystals into time crystals. Maybe just do it right here. There's also normal and normal next to pure, further up north. I think I prefer this. What's the main story of this game? You've been sent here to build Project Assembly, which is that big space thing, to save humanity, because humanity is so low on resources. But yeah, I'm taking my sweet time to help them, right? Yeah, I'm looking at this wondering if I shouldn't just set up time crystal automation already. Just so that when I need those tier 6 belts, they are at my beck and call. Because I've already figured out the trigons. Trigons? Yeah, the fix-it trigons. They are taken care of already, unless somebody knows of a better place to mix quartz and coal together. Personally, I'm not seeing one. I think this is really good. Although the elevation difference might be a bit of a pain. It's only a little bit of pain. Solved once. This might be easier though, right? Normal, normal, pure, pure. I think I will do it here. And I'll just shunt the time crystals into the dimensional toilet, because what do we even use time crystals for? Ah, things that we do need to automate. But I could just set up a drone, and the drone brings it back and feeds it into the bus. And that would be good to get experience using drones, wouldn't it? Yes, yes, of course. Drones cost things that I do have. And then the drone port uses things I kind of have. And would you look at all this space I left for myself to make the drone thing? So the drones come in. I wonder if you have multiple drones arriving in one drone port if you need multiple. But the point is I can have the drones come in for things that get made in relatively small quantities far away. Yeah, I can get behind that. And there's no need to do too much of it right now. I can just shove it into the dimensional toilet. Although I'm going to need a ton of it for doing this, but I can just have it fed very quickly into the dimensional toilet. At least as quickly as I can make it. Might start chewing into my power because it uses converters. Okay, I'm sold on this. Let's make crystals. One drone, one port. Man, that's surprising. The ports are huge. My Xbox huge. Anyway, we're going somewhere new. So... Hypertube your way over there using noodle vision. I'm under the impression it's better without the supports, but I like the way that it automatically jonks into itself. Backpack works for the right thing. Good. 100 hours into Satisfactory, Jake remains surprised that the game's buildings are Xbox huge. Am I not allowed to be surprised constantly? Right here. Whee! Hello, aluminium factory. Goodbye, aluminium factory. Am I about to discover that I don't have something that I need? Yeah, doesn't that converter require something that I don't have? You are missing radio control units. It's not a concern. Although I might need a lot of them. Hello, quartz. And hello, coal. Hello, coal. Ah, hello, coal. Hello, slightly uneven ground. Shouldn't be cause for concern, though. Just take the highest area and start flattening from there. With chunk-aligned bibbidi-boops. I would also like to fly, if you don't mind. I love my wet concrete. Knowing that that work I put in allows me to just slam down endless amounts of concrete feels so good. Although I'm still proud of that one little concrete farm that we had right at the start that gave us all the concrete for many hours into this run. So the coal is here, the coal comes along here, the quartz crystal's there, the quartz crystal comes along. Once it's processed and gets shoved into converters to make crystals. The thing is, I want to mash out, frankly, as many time crystals as I can, or rather, diamonds, right? Yeah, 15 a minute for 120 per minute. Yeah, and I want that turbo maxed out wherever possible. That might... Oh, I don't like the idea of having to schloop quartz crystal making to make this work. But looking at the costs here, it's quite a bit, huh? Yeah, because that's actually 5. The ratios here aren't going to work out, given that both of these are only normal. So I think we're going to be quartz locked. Unless I made... the quartz crystal using something more efficient like pure quartz crystalling. Only needs water, and I think we have water here. Fused quartz crystal can turn the coal into that, but that doesn't seem like much of a good ratio. It just seems like getting it made faster. Yeah, pure quartz crystalling seems like a plan. How much does that improve the ratio, actually? Not by much. How's the water access here, anyway? There is water, so we can make use of that. There's more water via a river there, which is probably better than using this, because this stuff doesn't actually produce very well. Produce considerably slower, I think. But is that river something that one can extract? Let's find out. If I can extract water from this river using a water pump, then that's what I'll do. If I must slam the ground and bring the pure water out, then needs must. Doesn't look very deep though, does it? I have a feeling it's going to throw a hissy fit at this. The water is far from deep enough. There's water over here. Guess I'm slamming that water out then. Alright, so assuming that we're getting pure quartz crystal made here. Seems like a safe assumption at this point. Shouldn't cost too much for this water. We'll be fine. Right, pure quartz crystal. We are going to be going 9/7. So I got 2 lots of 600, right? Oh god, why does this work again? You jam out 1200 of a pure one, so it's 600, 2 of those, so it is 1200. We've got 1200 coming out. Each of them get broken down by 9. And then... Does this work with brackets? Ah, sweet. Then multiply by 7. So I got 933.3. I'll write that down actually. So quartz crystal, we're going to make 933.3 per min. And I believe the recipe called for... How much are these compared to the coal? I think it was only 3, right? Oh gosh, now I need to check. It's not something I've ever made in the game, so this is flying over my head a bit. It is only 3. This might not be as bad as I thought. Interesting, interesting. Because the coal is coming out. I can make 2400 of it over 8. That's 300 of it. Wait, what's that telling me? Into 300. And if I've got 933 over 3, 311, then there's actually going to be slightly more quartz crystal, so we're not quartz locked. Good, good, then we're coal locked, and that's fine. That is all right then. How many machines are we going to need for making diamonds then? Going to need 20 converters for this, but then the diamonds into time crystals. Alright, so 20 converters are going to make 300 diamonds per minute. And if I have 300 diamonds per minute, what's our way of making time crystals? Well, it's just half then. We're going to make 150 of these per minute. That's still nowhere near enough. But the sooner I get it going, the more of a stockpile I'll have for doing all my building work. And then I'll split them up and I'll have them rapidly shoved into the dimensional toilet so I have lots of time crystals at my beck and call. And the drone will bring them over as needed. Right, that makes a lot of sense to me. If I get 300 diamonds per minute, how many times does 12 go into 300? Well, it's not done smoothly, is it? No, it is, because it's 5, making that into 60. And then 5 of that. Easy. Easy peasy. That's a lot of converters, and that's going to be a lot of my motors that I don't have. Yeah, 25 converters and 20 converters, making 45 converters. You know what we don't have for converters? Loads of radio control units. Wow. That's going to need 500... 1,000, 2,500 radio control units. Never mind the cooling units that I don't have. I'm not sure we're going to have this. Automate RCU. No way. No way. Automating that's a long way away. I want my crystals now. Ada, could you give me a hand here, please? This is where power might become an issue. Yeah, I could see that happening as well. I need radio control units. You only sell them by the 50. And how many do I need? I need 45 of these. What's 45 times 7? I'm not sure I have 315, and that doesn't even cover the cooling units. Yeah, how many cooling systems was needed for converters? 25 a pop. Yeesh. Well, on the plus side, that's a lot cheaper. How many coupons do I have? Not even close. Okay, so knowing what we know, but still knowing that I do want to automate these so that I can make tier 6 belts at my beck and call, we just start with a very small operation so that I can make a small amount of tier 6 belting. And then once we have the big boys, we get this done in a much bigger way. Easy. But I'm still going to need a few of these, so... Get me my Fix-It coupons. Get me my Fix-It awesome shop. And we'll just get this started in a very basic way. So I need radio control units. Give me like 5 of those, and the cooling systems, give me like 3 of those. And we're good. Give me another one. Thank you.
Parts purchase confirmed. Promotion delayed by X times part value plus Fix-It stock value.
So basically Ada's just not given us any money off. Where's the loyalty, George? Could you check the time crystal cost for one Mark 6 max length belt? It might just need one, not several, like the Fix-It Jub-Jubs. It's 1-to-1 with the Fix-It Jub-Jubs. We saw this earlier when checking the cost of making one of the elevators mondo expensive. Did not necessarily work out to Fix-It's advantage. But again, let's not worry about that. Let's simply move forward. Don't think there's any need to turbocharge you, knowing the costs that we know now. So yes, this is merely the beginning. What? No. Merely the beginning. That means I don't need to do any fancy kind of quartz crafting thing here, since that's not where we're locked at, so I can just do some basic constructors. I don't even think it's really worth my time using a blueprint here. Just shove them in incorrectly. The UX handling for blueprints, much superior in Factorio. If it were better here, I'd feel more inclined to use a whole lot of different blueprints, like small ones and big ones and whatnot. If only I had my books for it, yes. The blueprint catalogs or whatever they're called. How much is this even making? Not paying attention to it, I just want this stuff automated from the get-go. So you there, make me quartzy crystals. And then out come the quartz crystals. And then the coal will come across here, and we'll get this done in converters. I guess as many as I can afford, which will not be many, funnily enough. Do these things actually fit nicely onto these squares? Oh, wow. It must be a machine they made later on in the game's development, because they actually made it align nicely with the foundations. Blessed be. Alright, how many of these things are we making? Making 22 a minute. How many do you eat to make time crystals? You gotta make diamonds first, of course. Diamonds, diamonds, pink diamonds. 45 per minute. Whatever, 3 of these will be fine. It works. Something doesn't feel right about this. Easy money. Keeps happening. Keep opening up this menu and then pressing 1 on whatever I have, getting rid of my power line hotkey. A 1, 2, a 3. Now, if you make diamonds at 15 per minute, how much do we use to make the time crystals? Use 12 per minute, so it's actually a little slower, but that is certainly something that should be slooped, right? These take... they certainly take sloops. I might sloop all sides of it. How's the old CPU holding up? Good question. 35% load. Oh, but I do have quite a lot of drop frames. I wonder if that is a CPU issue. One hadn't considered. Yeah, it's hard to tell if that's Balaton eating frames or my CPU. Not answers that I have, I'm afraid. I've got Task Manager open now. I'll keep a lazy eye on it. I wish Task Manager was made in dark mode. You know, they made it now that Windows actually has dark mode, and Windows applications go, oh, you're a dark mode enjoyer? We'll have this in lovely black and grey for you. But not Task Manager. Task Manager insists on being the biggest, most blindingly white application there is. My poor delicate eye is barely able to handle it. Again, we don't particularly care about how nicely this works out. Just bring me over my coal. What are these guys' problems, by the way? Why is this not operational? Could it be that I never actually linked you up to the power? That sounds plausible, but look at this power. Well, what do you even connect to? You connect to that. There's no reason to think you don't have power. Which makes your connection to there seem all the more silly. Task Manager does have dark mode. Really? I'm on Windows 10 if that matters for anything. What do you mean no power? You're linked right up to this thing. You telling me this is somehow not on the grid? Looks pretty on the grid to me. Ah, I see. I completely missed hitting you. And I made another power pole instead of connecting you up. Actually, good question. Do we have a view dark mode here? Nope, certainly doesn't look like dark mode to me. And then comes a similar question. Who even thought to power the coal mine? And then, much to my regret, we need many more of you. Missing SAM fluctuators? Ooh. Not sure I'm up for that. I don't want to have just one of these machines. Is SAM fluctuator truly all I'm missing here? It would seem so. Alright, how do I make a fluctuator? Manufacturer. Alright, we're doing it. You asked for this. I need SAM fluctuators. I really hope I have reanimated SAM going into the toilet. I do absolutely not. Alright, get super slooped and super sped up. I need this stuff yesterday. I need wires and steel pipes. All of which is nicely automated. Alright, while that is coming together, we can see these things activating. They're not that expensive though, are they? It'll take a bit for the manifold to have these things operating at full capacity, but once they are, I'm fairly certain these will all activate at full capacity. 45 times 3, 135. 37.5 times 4, 150. So yes, we are producing faster than they consume it. Definitely the same for the coal. Hand-fed will always be the meta, and why would it not? Missing 100 SAM fluctuators. Hang on, didn't I just pick up a bunch of SAM fluctuators? Clearly not enough of them. Sam, I need you to work harder. Certainly want you schlooped. We need those diamonds badly. And you need to be making me the time crystals. 12 per minute, huh? You make 15 per minute. Let's target lower. And just feed you in. The The quartz crystal consumes 37.5 and it only makes 22.5. Well, now it consumes 36 per minute. Ah, right, I see. The output is 22 per minute. It's actually 22.5 times 4, which is 90. We eat slightly more than 90. Well, I could just build one more of these, or I could just sloop you up to produce, oh, what's 90 over 4? Over 3, rather. No, over 4. 22.5. Wait, what? No, I need to produce 108, I think. So I need 27 of these popping out. Target rate 27, please. Did I say 27 or 28? 27. Easy money. Is there anything the hand-fed meta cannot achieve? I think I'm going to be out of this reactivated SAM, though. Can't believe it takes 100 to make this stuff. Is there a disadvantage to overclocking? Yeah, monumental power increase. Power consumption increase, that is. Yeah, I'm not going to make enough of this stuff. I'll probably want this overclocked then. Overclocked to 150%. Scary. Power is just a number, more or less. It's hard to dispute his logic, because he's entirely correct. But yeah, I don't have enough SAM fluctuators, unless a certain goddess will sell me some. Had we ever considered just turning to Ada for literally all of our needs? No, and that stands to reason that I wouldn't be able to get the alien juice off planet. Oh well, be that as it may. How's that gonna work then? How do I feed 3 into 2 even in a manifold line? I guess rather easily. Just with a regular splitter, right? No, hang on. It needs to split and merge. I don't like how close I've made this now. This could be done a lot easier if I do it like so. Remember, this is all just a nasty little temporary thing just to get my grubby little mitts on some time crystals. Nobody has any intention of building a wall. power. I thought I just gave you power. I thought wrong. Yeah, on average this thing's only eating up about 400 or so. Oh, right, no, I take that back. Only eating up about 2 gigawatts. Look at that. Barely even touching my capacity. Schlooped, powered up, and very, very slowly making me time crystals. But that's okay. Slowly, as long as it's consistently, is good. So we're going to have you brought into here. Still never clipped in his life. And then this is going to, assuming that we have a bajillion of these in due time, I'm probably going to want a lot of dimensional toilets for it. That's organization, that's dimensional storage depot. Let's have it flow into 1, 2, 3 of these. And then, there we go. The time crystals, they are a-flowing. Well, I like to think they're flowing. Take a trip back to the oil area, utilize more of the oil for power, since now we're hitting the upper bounds, especially if you've got a particle accelerator running. I don't have a particle accelerator running, but I do need to go and Romanian away all of the schloops and shards so that this potential max consumption isn't throwing me off. I like it. I like it a lot. But there we go. I wanted to automate time crystals. It's quick, it's dirty, it's 5 out of the, I think, 55 of these things that I wanted. Or 45. But we simply cannot afford. Mind you, we've got some spare bits now. Shove it into the dimensional toilet. Shove the RCUs away. I think we're a ways away from automating RCUs, but there will be a day. Can't imagine I would ever need these diamonds, but let's keep those at the ready as well. I also need to automate SAM fluctuators, apparently. I thought I had a bunch of those backed up, but I guess I've used them all up by now. Pretty sure I set myself up a cannon to move away from here. We're going to go and find that if we can. Otherwise, no need to worry about this very much. I could underclock the mines for now, but that seems, frankly, unnecessary. But yes, once power becomes a concern, we will up the power. But only once that happens, because I should have plenty of power storing devices right now, and for now it's mostly just setting down miners to bringing things out. He thought he had a launcher around here. He probably, if he did actually have one, he probably should have put it on the map, but I'm pretty sure I built one of these ages ago. I love how disruptive Jake's journey has been. Most people have RCUs automated a dozen hours before they touch a time crystal. And more fool them, that's so much waiting they had to do before they got to touch cool things like time crystals. They've played themselves. Oh, someone's getting played here. I swear this thing never bleeding catches when I need it to. Come on, come on! Not a fan of this device. And like most things in the game, it's half the speed I want it to be. If I get big into playing this game post-stream, I think I'll also look into modding it. Although I'm sure these things I'm thinking about have been thought about before, so perhaps the mods already exist. Oh, hello! Is it time to put speed modules in everything? No. Speeding things up doesn't seem to make a lot of sense unless you have a machine that you really need to schloop, but you can't spare the schloops, so you speed it up. Because you're better off just building more of a machine rather than speeding it up. Right, I was under the distinct impression I had a cannon set up over here. I think now it's over there. And at this point, I think I would have been faster not even bothering with the cannon and just blasting my way home as normal, but this is where we are. You can make a rocket or ionized fuel to power the plant now. Exactly. When I go and do my next power surge, that's what we'll be doing. How does one get further up in this thing? Aha. Love high places, so I do. Love heights in general. That mindset works, so you need 600 water extractors. Yeah, well, there's the exception to the rule there. Resource producers, of course you want to have those sharded up. Here we go. See, I knew I was prepared. Whee! Where am I going? Ah, I know where I'm going. I can see the belt. I can see the bus factory from here. Why did we go all this way again? I automated time crystals, but that was not in any way what I was intending on doing, at least at first. I needed to... Alright, the first thing I was trying to do was bring copper ingots back to base, and of course I didn't bleeding do that. Here's a thought. I've got aluminium right here. I don't think it's enough aluminium. One wonders if I should bring raw aluminium back to base or not. When you have aluminium sheets, what do you do with them? Well, aluminium ingots rather. You make them into sheets. Wait, these are the sheets. I should be looking at the ingots. Don't know why I thought standing on the ingots would give me the ingot information. Aluminium's a pain in the bum, so I don't... Wait, no, wrong bleeding thing. How does he keep doing this? Aluminium ingot. Making pure ones actually seems worse than using silica. The ratio's better. But this is simpler. So it's using the sheet, using the casing, using all-clad casing, aluminium rods, fuel tanks, beams, heat-fused frames. Would one even want the heat-fused frames? I'm not so sure about that. There is an idea that says, don't have this here, bring the aluminium just straight back to base and process it over there. But I've already built this factory. And this factory is working fine, and it could work better. I could certainly upscale it considerably. I could just bring the finished goods back to base. So I'm not convinced aluminium's something we need to be working on right now. Is that used anywhere up to radio control units? The answer is yes. Because even if you go the heat sink way, heat sinks are made out of aluminium as well. So aluminium will be needed. Thinking about it, what could also be done is that this could be expanded yet, and I bring aluminium ingots back in addition to having this stuff brought for the factory. Yeah, leaving this alone to cover building needs is a great idea. It's just I've already got the infrastructure set up for processing the bauxite. I would just need to increase the flow of bauxite, build a little bit more in the way of refineries and this, and then I have additional aluminium bits to bring over. So I think that's a great idea, and that's something that I should do. Maybe I should make a note for myself on that one. Where's the note to self? I haven't touched this in forever. Build foundations for East Factory. Leave existing aluminium factory for building needs. Expand aluminium ingots and bring those to the bus. A good idea. Had by me. But it's not a priority, of course. We have so many simpler things to do before we even consider that. I just want to be ready for it. Ideally, I want all of my raw stuff at the ready. This is not right. I need that equipped. There we go. Ah, it's good to be back. I bet future Jake will read this note and laugh, like current Jake laughed at the previous one. It's okay. Think of what we've achieved today. We've brought steel here. Steel and reanimated SAM. Wait, I thought I brought quartz over here. Didn't I bring quartz over here? I seem to recall building a long load of quartz over to here. What happened to that? What happened to that brilliant idea? Where's my quartz? You did not finish it. I can feel the anger in that sentiment. Okay, but that doesn't change the question of where is my quartz. Think backwards. The quartz was here. I was going la 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 la. And I believe I brought it as far as here. And then I said, where does it connect to? There's no anger at all, says the Naga. Yes, we've gone far beyond anger. Right, how are we working on this? Bring it over, have it nice and in line. Bring it up, Daisy. Never clip even once. Why does it get diddled at the end there? Please don't do that. Continue to please don't do that. And then we're kind of good. There we go. Plenty of space for the next setup here as well. In comes the quartz. And we have yet another thing sorted. Does that really look different compared to this? I'm pretty sure I gave that a color scheme for the copper, but no. Right, that copper that I was talking about. So the problem was the water here didn't look particularly appetizing. We're going to get this copper, we're going to bring it over to where we do the iron ore smelting, and then we're going to do smelted copper ore and bring that up and over as well. Of course, we would want to smelt the copper before making it into fused frames. We also need to bring over Caterium. Hey, I even left myself space to do what I was going to do here. Or what I'm about to do here. Well, that's good. Not only that, look at this belt I've made for myself to bring over all the copper ore. Well, I dare to say this is going to work out just fine. And I also dare to assume that making my copper is going to be the same. 7 and 4 to 13. Of course not. It's 6 and 4 to 15. Wait, what? Good old copper. Is that so? And of course this is slightly in the way. Yes. Although I could just build it on top top of this. Nothing really stopping me doing that. Might be prudent to lay down a foundation on top of it, but completely doable. Yes, yes. Alright, let's not be daft about this. We're global chunk aligned. We'll come up to here. And then we'll have it down. Just default connect to the edge here, please. Excuse me. It's my allergies to automation flaring up again. Bring it all the way out. Struggle to see why not. Looking good. Looking great. Thank you. As I sneeze there, I ponder the fact that I haven't actually been sick in a long time. When was the last time even? Coming back from Japan? Alright, glorious. That keeps it nice and distinct from the iron smeltery, although the question arises, what if I need more iron? Look, we're made of space here. Absolutely made of this stuff. Guess the only real problem is pumping the water up, but that's not really a real problem, is it? I don't think it is. So, what do I do first? The factory or the copper bringing overing? The copper's not very far. Whoop, over it comes and we're done. So let's go and build up what we need here, which is our refinery array, which we know the connectors won't work on, but we're not feeling too sad about that. Let's look at this for inspiration. Yeah, the big funnely bits come out on the front. Do I really care if it's in line with the ones below or not? Maybe. Would be nice. Would be real nice. So I'm staring right down the connector bit there. And then we rise and say yes. Oh, would you look at that? I connected it to the... Or rather, I aligned it with the foundation below. Sweet. Well, making life easier for myself, not harder. How many of these am I going to need? Knowing that you're going to be doing pure copper ingots, I am going to have 1,200 copper coming in. Copper ore. 1,200. Each of these will consume at base 15 of them. Well, that doesn't seem right. I don't think I need 80 of these. What did we do here before? We didn't clock them or anything. I didn't read the per minute part, did I? Of course not. It's 15. Wait, it is over 15. What? Wow, they get consumed at half the rate. I do not want to have to build 80 of these. Nor do I want to clock them. So I guess I just have to do what I don't want to do, which is building 80 of these. 80, huh? That's a lot. That's 20 of these. I wouldn't mind it so much if the auto-connecting of the... or the... yeah, whatever. Just get it done. 0 refinery array, build mode, blueprint, auto connect, like so. All right, 4 8, 12. Some other number. 20. I got all the space behind to do another fat stack of it if I don't do any weird fancy crap. This stuff does not need to be on auto connect, so just blueprint it up there. Hold it, make sure it's fully aligned, which it is. And then this one can go into auto connect mode. 28. Doesn't like that. Why doesn't it like it? I'm missing copper sheets. Oh lordy, that's a bad sign. We're building so many of these that the copper sheet production, or... It's not the production, it's the uploading. There's plenty of it. But the uploading cannot keep up. Amusing. Highly amusing. But the show must go on. Okay, well perhaps while that is being done, we could take the moment to connect up what we have here. We connect one, we skip one, we connect one, we skip one, we connect one, we skip one. And I guess you can also get up here. And I would like to be able to fly around here if you're not minding so much. And where will you mind connecting to? There we go. The power is mine. The world is mine. Adding structural integrity to this game would probably just kill it dead. I was actually playing 7 Days to Die the other day. Completely forgot that game had structural integrity after playing too much of this game. The lessons that must be learned. Alright, well we can play a counting game. There's 150, 160. Everything else is doing fine, right? Yeah. Does it not get frustrating then, doing huge amounts of building work like this, when the upload speed is so slow, and the upload cache is so low? I wonder how one is meant to deal with that. Is that something one mods, or do you just build 4-dimensional uploads per item? There wouldn't be enough Mercers for that, would there? There's, what, 400 Mercers in the game? The mind boggles. Do I really need 80 of these running at full pelt? Jings, there's not even going to be any clocking going on here then. Oh, I guess my clock's getting clocked. Really wish this copy and paste of settings copied color as well, so it'd be very, very obvious which ones are getting copied and which are not. Take notes, Coffee Stain Studios. I think there are 298 Mercers. I guess there aren't that many bulk goods that you need tons of, but hey-ho. Right, does the water situation change? Each of these consume 10 per minute. Each of these consume 17 per minute. Okay, so the water needs are far lower. I only need 800 water a minute. That's 400 top and bottom, I suppose, if we're going to link it top and bottom, which I think we will. 400 is only 3 of these, so it's just this again. Well, that's convenient. I could even have it nice and close again. Yes, yes, I rather like that. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna need more of this for pumps, though. Really should make some kind of generic upward pumpy thing. I'm gonna need that for getting water up to my sky factory. Subtract those that you need for research. Oh, from the Mercers, yeah, you're right. Okay, bring these together, bring these up and over, and then there's a lot of bringing up that needs to be done here. Life gets easier when I just have some thing to bring it up on. Couldn't I make a... There's probably better ways to do this, but maybe just bring out a foundation block. No, I could bring out a wall. Frame wall. Ah. Yes, yes. Zoop me a frame wall up here,
this
please.
Is an improvement.
You shut your mouth, Ada. You know damn well this is an excellent improvement. Why does that not like linking towards itself? There we go. I'm not sure this is an improvement. Freaking Ada, man. She knows she's on stream, doesn't she? Alright, we want this on straight mode, please. Just a couple of these going together seems really rather nice. That's kind of connecting, right? Maybe I should have done a real wall. No, that's doing more than kind of connecting. It looks good, even. This less good, but I can lock you in there and do that. Good. And then I could bring you all the way up. Credit where it's due. Building pipes in Factorio, sometimes an incredibly frustrating experience. Building pipe work in this game, significantly less so. Although, what the... Okay, there we go. What is your problem? The problem does not exist. Water for top, water for bottom. And again, 400 should suffice, right? Yes. And if it's 400 over 3... Wait a second. Was it 400 for everything? 80 machines each doing 10. Yeah, so I actually think I want 4 of these underclocked. Not a problem though. In fact, even less of a problem than previously thought. I knew I was going to want the foundation that I kept out here. He knew it. However, couldn't I do this in a very, very lazy way? Explain to me why this doesn't work. It's actually exactly the same as that. It just doesn't look as good, but it actually takes up less space. Oh yeah, chew on that one, Ada. Absolutely chew on that. Alright, so these things I want running at 100. I have been warned that doing water or liquids to the exact amount needed can cause issues. Wait, why are you plugging in here? That's not what I'm after. And then we're going to need you in here as well. Could I just connect you up here? Would you even be okay with that? You don't like admitting that you're in line there, but I think you'll be fine. Oh, yes. Get in. I like that. I like that a lot. See, one side could be neat, the other side could be ugly, and they're both going to work, and frankly, we're not going to be looking at them much anyway. At least not once they're done. But we'll know. You will forget. And even if you remember, I will forget. So it's okay. Right, there we go. The water is flowing, 400 a pop. I need only make sure that you come out to you. Oh, it even likes it. The game claims it clips, and I say I've never seen a clip before, ever. And now what I need to do is make sure this stuff pumps its way up. So show me a bump. Mark II, of course. Where is it needed, sir? That's funny, I thought it... Oh, it only shows from the first pump where it's needed. Okay, well, whatever, you can have it at... You think they'll be okay here? Starting here? I feel like that might be a problem, so I'm going to shove you here. And I shall also shove you here. And then you say you're needed here. And then you say you're needed here. It's not a clip, they're just sharing pumping capabilities. And there's no need for further pumping because that all reaches fine. And we can see how fine it reaches by going here and checking head lift. 40-something out of 50 meters. It's sheer perfection. If it's above the water extractors, it's no most likely I think it was. I think that's fine. It's in level with it, right? I'll know it's wrong if these things end up working at not 100% once everything is fully operational. Speaking of which, I have more of these things to make. As I sit on a calm, cool and collected 1,000... hang on, default. There we go. Cool, calm and collected 1,000 copper sheets. Now, where am I gonna have you? How am I gonna have you? Am I gonna have you in line like this? Are you gonna have problems with me if I do this? I sure hope not. But I think I will quite simply have you like that. Obviously, I don't want to connect these. I hope they don't give me any issues like that. But it all seems okay. It's all still going to flow in the same direction after all. But I worry if it's actually going to blueprint auto-connect in a way that I want here. Or if it's going to do terrible things, Lawrence. Terrible things. You say you don't like it because there's an invalidly shaped pipe. Is that because you're trying to connect to something around the back here? It looks like yes, you're trying to do some weird auto-connection stuff. That's okay. I'm not fundamentally opposed to just building these and manually connecting them, although maybe I should have brought you a little further away. Wow, I wonder how that looks for the stream. OBS is not dropping frames though, my CPU is at 40%, so there doesn't appear to be any obvious issues on my side. Maybe this stuff really shouldn't have been so close together. It'll make troubleshooting a pain in the bits. This is the point where it's useful that splitters and mergers don't auto-connect without the little belt stub in fingerprint mode. Bad artifacting looked like a 360p stream for a minute, yeah. I can live with that, though. Absolutely live with that, yeah. It's a bit of a shame to have to manually connect these, but let's just do it. Of course, if I'd built it further away from the existing one, I wouldn't have to do this. I certainly don't know why I decided to put them so close together. What was I thinking? The water as well, of course, need to be connected. It's okay, I need to go through this and do the cabling anyway, and also this gives my dimensional toilets time to get their copper sheets back. I think I still don't do steamed copper sheets, do I? No, I set up a very basic copper sheet stamper aeons ago, and it continues to do good work for me. Yeah, we're so limited in space. Gotta make use of what I have. Alright, so just blueprint mode it, shove it up like so. Easy money. Wow, think of the time saving. Compared to building all this manually. Instead, we just troubleshoot. Yeah, this is why people copy-paste code. It's so much easier. I'm well aware I didn't link up the other side, by the way. I shall be doing that. Unless I forget. I wonder why iron is so much faster at doing this. Of course, I'm not big on my physical sciences, so if there's a good reason, it goes over my head. Should be 4 connections to make. Actually, 3, right? 1, 2, 3. Because the first one doesn't need connecting. Oh, okay, apparently not. 4 connections then. Ah, that's right, because we did 5 of these, not 4. You're probably meant to connect to down here. And you're probably meant to connect over to there. And now they should all have power, but not purpose. I will give them purpose. And then I'll connect up all the stuff on the exit side. Maybe not the fluids, they don't need to be connected up there. But what if this gets repurposed? What if somebody tours my factory with a checklist? Just imagine there being super enthusiasts of this game who actually build factories and then roleplay as OSHA investigators. And they go around the factory and make sure everything's up to code. One, 2, 3, 4. Okay, riddle me a problem with this one. Well, I'll give you one straight away. The bug with the conveyor lifts, which we are now being told isn't a particularly new bug, but it's still one we have to deal with. So let's do this 80 times. 3, it'll be over before we know it. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why did that one not feel right? That's probably fine. 9. That was not right, though. I've lost count already, but we keep moving. It's all automated. There's no code for that, I'm sure. You know, this ain't automated until the manual part is done. How did he manage to break this anyway? Is this actually something we have to do 80 times, or is it something we have to do 160 times? Yeah, because it's twice per machine, right? 160 fixes. Okay, well, don't worry. Once they're done, they're done. And I'm sure Coffee Stain won't be happy with this mark on their pedigree. A stain, if you will. And they're actively fixing it as we speak. Yeah, when I think fix it, I often think Bob the Builder, and whenever I think of Bob the Builder, I think of that Granada campaign that I did, where he was the mascot of it. Renovating Iberia, I believe I called it. One of my best EU4 campaigns. And I've done a lot of great ones. Is it my favorite one, though? Maybe the Montenegro one is. Just, it's hard to compete with just a ball-bustingly difficult start, and that's absolutely what Montenegro was. A strong theme, clear goals, constantly irritating the lovers of Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia was never Soviet. How could you have it as part of Soviet borders? Tito is rolling in his grave. And I just laugh all the way to my perfectly clean borders. Yeah, Montenegro is the Soviet-themed run, and it was difficult at almost every step of the way. I mean, obviously incredibly difficult as we get bullied by all of our neighbors and Venice at the very start. But later on, Russia and Ottomans being real endgame bosses really added to the whole campaign. Oh, it was so much fun. Alright, we're halfway, and it only took about 5 minutes. But don't worry, I'm sure we won't have to set up a massive smelter array like this. There are no more ingots to be done. We've done iron. We've done steel. This is copper. Surely there's nothing like a Caterium ingot. Surely that's just mined straight out in perfectly uniform blocks that we can use for building, and stretching out into quick wire. Which is probably going to be its main use, fused quick wire. Let's not even start thinking about how we're going to go about automating fix-it ingots. How are we going to troubleshoot this, by the way? I guess we're going to have to take a good look at everything and make sure everything is working. If I see green lights across the board, then it's probably okay. Any matte painting on the cards? As soon as I can find a good matte painting game, but nothing really holds any appeal. Yeah, Crusader Kings 3 and Victoria 3 both have their merits, but Crusader Kings 3 has no content. Why would I want to play any more of that game? I've already done everything there is to do in the game. And no, dressing up my little inbred family does not count as content to be in a strategy game. I've been very unimpressed with the DLC for the game. And that's fine, that's the direction they want to take. I know the game designer, the game director now, actually, for CK3, and I think he's a top bloke, and he knows strategy and Paradox games inside out. But I don't agree with his way of enhancing a game. Then again, what do I know? I don't do that anymore. And frankly, I was always better at doing dev clash than doing actual development. Which is why I did dev clash. Even once I left, I still did another dev clash. It was so good. And oh man, Victoria 3. There's more things wrong with Victoria 3 than there is right with it. I think the only thing right with the game is the needs. The pops, right? The pops are right. Oh, the pops are so good. Their elevation, their needs, their desires, their political whims, that's all great. But every other system in that game is just a heap of undercooked ass. And again, it's not like I don't know the directors behind that game. Wiz is well known as being one of the good ones, at least within the community. But I struggle to understand what he thinks he's doing with the game. How did I not do this part already? Is he even still in charge of Vicky 3? Wait, map painting is a reference to strategy games? I always thought it was about mazes and old CRPG. Oh god, no. No. Although it's been a long time since I've streamed them, I do love the Paradox Grand Strategy games, especially Europa Universalis 4. But I haven't played that game in years now, and I don't really want to anymore. I did everything in that game. There's not a thing you can name in that game that I have not already done on stream. Unless you say, win as Hungary. Wait, who was it I lost at? Serbia. Win as Serbia. I couldn't do that. Got betrayed by Hungary. I had to turn to poetry to find my victory in that game. Right. I think I linked them all up. I think I gave them all instructions. Now bring over the copper ore, and we're good to go. Where's my copper ore? Copper ore is over there. Do I have enough crystals to Mark 6 belt this? I have every confidence that the dimensional toilet has an ungodly amount of time crystals, but I'm not convinced we have the buffer to make this work. But let's just pretend that we do. Do I have the power over there? What's the closest thing? There's a radio tower over there, so bringing power over should be a trivial matter. Does the back row have water? The back row does not have water, but let's focus on bringing over the copper first. Whee! You're right, I said I would connect up the output properly, and I never did. Yet another problem for slightly future Jake. While I'm here, I might connect up these geothermals, anything to get a bit more power in my soon-to-be very power-hungry base. Geo. Feeling very, very vindicated about turning on peaceful mode. These bugs really not adding anything to the game experience anymore. They're just there to frustrate, because there's no way to really automate enemies' demise, which is what this game could really do with at this stage in the game. Where is my power pole? There we go. Wasn't actually making the power pole for some reason. Connect up and connect up. No, the wire is too long. Why not? No, yes. That stretched far further than I expected. Also, where is it? No. One of them old Maury space programs is here. But where's the copper? That's not going to stretch, surely. No, but for some reason the UI bugs out. It wasn't giving me the wire is too long message at all. Right, so we have you over here. You're already maxed on connection. That's no big deal for me to just bring you over like so. Defaults to Mark II power line, and I so wish it would not. Yeah, so we're fine. Absolutely fine. Hop. Where's the copper? All this vegetation in the way. Maybe I should have brought a nuke, but we've seen how disappointing the nuke was. It's very disappointing. You know, Factorio did nuclear right. Intimidating. Right, now that I have you here, it's just a case of bringing you over there. Easy money. Miner Mark III. No need to globally chunk-align you. Only needs to power you. Schloop you up into the maximum. And then, for the first time ever, use a considerable chunk of Mark III. You can now make holes with nukes in Factorio. Holes? What kind of holes? Belt is too long. Yes, belt have many problem. Don't worry, this is what we automate the time crystals for. Cortez would be spinning in his grave here. Time to split. Let's not be clipping now. Now, if only belts could carry power with them. But then you'd need belts to require power. It's always a strange hand wave they do in these games. Now, I know they do it for balance reasons, but wouldn't it be interesting if belts needed power? Maybe there are mods that do that. Again, I think that would be terrible for the game, but interesting challenge to solve. And it would allow them to carry infrastructure with them by way of... Are you going to get up here? Certainly not. But what if you could? There is one for Factorio. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Because I dream it. Hoop. Alright, there we go. And they thought bringing over all that so-called automation of time crystals is a foolhardy thing. Alright, now that we have you here, we bring you over to Splitsville. Is that right? I think that's right. Just trying to think how it splits. That's a merger. Is that thing's coming out? Where do I feed you again? That looks like innie. That looks like outie. You can tell by the little arrow things. So if you're innie, then I need to split you accordingly. Does that mean I could put you there? Have you here? Why don't you like that? I like that. That's because you're being fed in the wrong direction. It's not really a bad thing, though. I just bring it down there and all is well. There's plenty of space for it. Alright, very well then. Along here you go. Along there you go. And the other one can actually just come down this way, can't it? Yeah, it could even take the more scenic route. Something doesn't add up here. All of this is my copper. For some reason I thought it was split. I thought this was up and that was down. No, it is not. So no need to worry, but it still all needs to go over in that direction. That's fine. Alright, sweet. Oh no. Man who says he never clips is about to clip more than he's ever clipped before. Game thinks I don't. Yes. Game has my back. I hope I'm not about to find that I'm actually going the wrong way and that I could indeed feed from the other side. You could blow up the plant. I'm pretty sure I tried to blow that plant up and it didn't work. Unless I need a bigger explosive. Oh, well. Thank you. The more we know. Now hang on, there's a ton to feed here, isn't there? It's all manifold, so it'll all work out fine one way or the other, but... you know... that is input, right? Yeah, that is input for that whole line. Okay, it's a little off, but that's far from my concern. It's a little off because these things end up a little off. So now they're all starting to get their copper ore. In fact, some copper ingots are beginning to flow already. And then the other one is going to have to do a similar thing. How similar? Game crashed once when I put a splitter along one of these before, along two conjoined bits of belt, so I'm going to try and not do that this time. Still going to try and not do that. I wonder if I just still made the issue. Right. Thank you. Bigger thank you. There you go. And then finally you. This doesn't have to be any kind of fancy, does it? Love those curvy belts. I love how steep they can get. I just wish they banked their turns a little bit. I know they shouldn't, but you know, I love my roller coaster building games. A bit of banked turns go a long way. So there we go. 1200 split and split again. They're each getting enough. Yeah, 300, 15, 20, 20, 20, 20. Brilliant. In that case, we need the outputs all connected up and functional, and we need the water connected. I believe I skimped on the water previous. Who didn't get their water? You seem fine, but I think you are not. Or I didn't just link the water together, that's more likely. Yeah, that's what I didn't do. So the water comes up hither, and I just need it to go from one side to the other. Not like that, of course. And unfortunately, pipe too long. Ooh, pipe too long may be an issue here, but what if it's not? What if we got a little cheeky and we did it like this? Oh, modern man has modern solution. Enjoy your water. Where's the water? Looks pretty full of water. Full of water. Full of water. Yeah, I'm sure they'll get their water eventually. Wait a second, this is the wrong side to give the water to. It's both the wrong side to give the water to. Too smart for my own good. Alright, let's do that again without the horrific mistake. If anything, it became oh so much easier. Alright, and now the outputs. There was something wrong with the output. Yes, I did not connect the outputs together. Here's hoping this is all the copper I'll ever need for the bus. I'm well aware I'm going to need more copper down the line for copper powder. But that's a separate thing altogether, and since that's only used for nuclear pasta, that'll be ages away. I'll have forgotten the joys of putting together a copper smelter array, and I'll be begging for the chance to explore the experience again. Now, to be clear, we are vastly increasing the amount of copper here. We're not getting 1200 at all. 6 to 15, huh? What's 15 times 80? 150 times 8, 800. Is that just... Wait a second, that doesn't add up. No, I'm concerned about the per minute, haven't I? And I don't know what 37.5 times 80 is, but it's a big... Oh, God. That's more than I can handle, actually. That means I can bring some of it off and make copper powder. Sweet. Or I could just have more copper going up there, but cool. I think this is way more copper ingots than you'll ever need. Sink it until you start using it on the bus. Yeah, I'll probably sink overflow. But it would be nice to bring over 2 full Mark 6 belts worth of copper onto the bus. Very cool indeed. I like it. I like it a lot. Shouldn't be a big deal to... Wrong foundation. Here we go. Shouldn't be a big deal to just bring all this over, right? Have it in line with you. What a promising idea. More than I'll ever need, they think. Am I just too good at this game? It's been known to happen. To think I once had an idea about this being a train station for dumping goods in. That train station actually do anything now? Just as a useless... Ooh, is that going to clear under? I don't think that's enough room for a belt. But what if that wasn't a problem? No, 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 no. Yes, yes, yes. Right, glorious. And then that can come right over in an awkward manner. And all is well. Handcrafting plus biomass only, perfect hands of when, Jake, says Commissar Marek. It's calling to your soul. Funnily enough, perfecting this game is not calling to my soul. Why am I making myself more work than I have to here? I don't need these foundations like this. I can use my blueprinted foundation, so I've got the belts already coming along. I guess I don't have the blueprinting mantra sufficiently in my head for this game. We'll get there. The lack of right angles. What does that look like? A whole lot of right angles. That's what it looks like to me. Some people. I just don't contemplate. Right, you there. Go there. Also, please auto-connect as we move our way along. I keep forgetting you need to double-click this when it's on auto-connect. Once for connection, once to finalize. I like the idea of these guys following on the underbelly. Yeah, like they can curve off and join some underbellied stuff here. I like it. Just get the copper over here to begin with, though. Also, I believe I wanted very fast copper. What's the point in automating time crystals if we do not use the time crystals? raised that a bit because I didn't want to clip, but maybe... Oh, whatever. Down you come. I did like Ada's talk about optimizing the belts. Like, the first problem was the belt part. I thought she was going to say the next problem was the conveyor part, but no. She said the next problem was me. Oh, Ada. Belt ramps are a bit awkward because they flatten out at the end of each section rather than just being horizontal. Yeah. Again, a little bit of banking would go a long way, but it's okay. It's not murderous. And I really am feeling allergic to automating today. What has happened to me? It's okay though. I'm not choked up. I'm just sneezy. Alright. How are we managing this? You two could come together to form a single one of them. Actually, that's not entirely true, is it? We essentially have 4 coming out. And what I'd want is 2 of them... Because these each come out to make how much again? 1,500. That is a lot. Please tell me you aren't making I will be making a roller coaster. That's something I intend to do later on. Curiously, if we've got 3,000, how much are each of them doing? 750. Hang on. I don't like the sound of that. What's the capacity of this belt? Oh, thank God it's 780. If it were less than 750, I would be in a pickle. And not one of those fun pickles either. Right, so what we're going to end up with here is an issue. What kind of issue? I don't know. How am I meant to deal with this? Right, here's how we'll start. First things first, get into this splitter. Then you get into this splitter. Because I'm going to want to shave off a bit more. Thinking about it, I want to shave off overflow, so maybe you should be a smart splitter. Smart splitter boom, smart splitter boom. Although I don't have the AI stuff automated, or yeah, automated. Left stuff is overflow. Copy that, paste that. The non-overflow goes into a merger. And then that's going to merge into a Mark 6 that heads up here. In a lovely roller coaster manner. Woo! Why aren't they feeding out here? Because I didn't do it right. It is... Yeah, left is overflow, right is any. Copy that, paste it there. Oh, it almost makes a wee heart. Oh, that's cute. Right, but what about the overflow? The overflow should probably go into a sink, or I could make it into copper dust. I'm going to need a lot more copper dust than I'm making here, though, which is a concern. So should I just sink them? Should I just sink them? Probably, because I want the production going. So to that extent, I want a merger that shunts them out there. Yeah, it feels awkward when you have machines stop starting, gives you a bad idea of what your actual consumption of power is. So there we go. Although, what if this stuff just backs up entirely? Well then, surely I'd want these to be Mark 6. Shouldn't be an issue, not for a long time, but there we go. Sinking copper at this point is a waste of energy, says Roseanne. You are correct. However, I want it done. Besides, is there such thing as a waste of energy in this game? Energy is finite. But realistically, I struggle to imagine it's much of a real consideration. Especially when I start getting better fuel. I don't think I'll be doing any nuclear processing in this game. Doesn't seem necessary for the stuff that I'm building. Although I might be eating my words on that point sooner rather than later. For now, I think I'm fine. So what was the situation again? Smart split, smart split. It does not remember what I gave it, gave these guys, but that's fine because now I want it to be left gets any, right gets overflow. Wait, what? Right gets overflow, left gets any. Very good. Is that true? No, I needed to reverse it. No, but we did. Left gets any, right gets overflow. And then this stuff gets merged and sent up. Was that the bottom or the top? Bottom. Good. And then you make your way up there. And the copper flows. And then these ones coming out on the overflow over here get merged handily into a sink. Gosh, it's nice to just be able to build Mark 6s as and when I please. I wonder how long until I make Mark 6 my default kind of belt. Probably not. I don't like the aesthetic of the belt compared to the existing ones. I still think Mark 5s go too fast to be cozy. But I can live with this. Why is nothing coming out? Because I didn't link it up. Get linked. Get linked. If the game doesn't think that's a clip, then it's definitely not a clip. So that's normally the amount that'll overflow, provided everything gets used on the bus. But we know that's not going to be the case. Whee! This game would make such a good roller coaster game, really! You could even make it so that you have to jump at certain points. You could have like the Diddy Conquest Kremlin ride recreated in Satisfactory. Coffee stain, hire this man. This man who has cut off his access for copper. But that's okay. He had a plan. And he'll follow through. Oh, that's right. This needs to be Mark 6, doesn't it? Well, I say needs. It ought to be Mark 6. Game doesn't actually care about these poles, and these poles are getting in my way. Just like they did in Castle Mosna, and just as they do here. Kidding, of course, my time in Castle Mosna was an absolute privilege. Seems fine. If anything, it seems off by one if I want to bring another thing under. No, no, it'll hang like that. Good. Very good. It's actually going through a lot of old photos of mine. Enjoyed finding the Castle Mosna stuff. Don't suppose we have anyone in chat who was at the Grandest LAN events. Remaining the highlight of EU4 playing in my memory. There we go. The copper flows. There we go. Hash was at Mosna. It wasn't just Mosna though. There was another castle, right? I can't remember though. Old man memory failing me. Right. Could we even potentially have enough time crystals to upgrade this? Yes, and we shall. Goodbye, fix-it trigons. Goodbye, time crystals. Hello, something. Oh, man, you get rid of the view of it going up. It's kind of a shame. It's kind of a big shame. Yeah, the aesthetic is all off for that. I want to minimize my use of this then. Too fast to render. Well, it renders this stuff moving around. Anyway, that's yet another good brought over. We need to ask ourselves, what is next? You know, when can we actually start building a factory? Something I have threatened will be done at some point. Aluminium, I don't think we need to bother with for a short while at least. Why, was there something I said I wanted aluminium for? What was I needing for the most basic of basics? What do I need for an iron plate? Because I was thinking, ooh, I could make it out of iron. That's right, I was going to make steel cast plating. Yes, well, I think I was, because that turns 1 into 3. But wouldn't I rather make coated iron plates? They only need plastic. No, plastic is a high required good for other things, but I could certainly make steel cast plates. It's not required much of. Then again, iron plates are only really needed for making reinforced iron plates, so maybe I should just make it out of that. Yeah, because what other possible use is there for these things? Gas filter, jetpack, stitch plate, miner, nitric acid. Hold on, nitric acid. Ooh, do I need nitric acid for anything? No, maybe. No, I don't. Because we can make it out of regular fuel, which is better in many ways. It's used in uranium stuff. It's used in heat-fused frames, but I know we could make those with non-heat fusing. So that's a no. Not that I think I'd need a ton of iron plates for it, but I'm just considering only making iron plates out of iron ingots, even though going from 3 to 2 to 1 to 3 is pretty nice. You just gotta consider the steel stuff, which I make in a very basic way, is using 3. I think I'm alright just making regular iron plates the old-fashioned way. Although I am considering that 5 to 10 is quite an upgrade. That's 1 to 2 as opposed to 3 to 2, which is like 1 to 2, 3 to 6. That's triple the output if you just add plastic. Nitric acid is only mandatory use in nuclear. I can't see that being a big deal. I think I could just start making iron plates, but for what purpose? I think it's better to complete bringing in all of these goods. Hold the phone there. Why do I keep forgetting that I just need to be on 6 here? Because memory is hard. Ooh, it's much less happy about clipping now for some reason. It'll clip. it has no choice, but it's certainly less happy about it. There we go. Not going to mark 6 this stuff, but it's just good to know that we have it there as needed. Oh yeah, that is not right. That looks like a bug. It's not a bug, of course. I'm just saying it looks rancid. Okay, what do we still need? Caterium. Bothers me that I have coal coming in the bottom one. It's harder to check that it's actually coming in. Sulfur, Caterium. I thought I brought over the quartz. Why do I keep thinking that I brought over the quartz? Because I did bring over the quartz. Be fooled again on the quartz. So again, Caterium, sulfur. Wow, pretty much Caterium and sulfur. Caterium, sulfur. Aluminium we don't need to worry about for a wee bit. I assume. I mean, we're going to need it soon enough. But we also need to do fluid processing. I absolutely need to figure out how I'm doing fluid in this. Should I leave all these here? Do I need this many blank things? I'm not so sure. I might get rid of all of these, but that's a lot of junk to get rid of, right? No, it shouldn't be that bad. If I need more down the line, we can handle that, I'm sure. But I need fluid handling. Alright, one step at a time then. Sulfur, Caterium, fluids. And after I have the fluids, I want to bring up rubber and plastic, which means doing a proper oil setup, but not for power this time. We have it all over there. Shouldn't be hard. Mark 6 belts are great to get some speed for jet packing too, Jake. Oh, that's true. That'll be a significant boost for launching. I may or may not even need this thing, but the great thing about this is that it gives me height, and height is good. Right, Caterium. How does one best make a Caterium ingot? Well, good thing we know about making refineries. Is pure the best way forward, though? It's 2 to 1. It's the same as 6 to 3. Leach doesn't seem worth the effort, so I guess we're doing pure Caterium ingots. 2 to 1, man, that is slow Caterium output. What's the rate here, by the way? Uses 24 per minute. So instead of 80, I need 50 of them. Well, I guess that's better-ish. Although I could make 60 of them and underclock them. Yeah, now you're thinking. Also, I need this sulfur over, but this sulfur should be easy. Where's that Caterium? I swear it was nearby. Very nearby. But only normal. Am I okay with normal? I don't feel okay with normal. What are you? You're also normal. If I brought normal and normal over, we'd essentially have pure. And there is water right here. You could clock the normal. Well, they're definitely getting clocked anyway. All my outputs get super sharded up to 250%. We do have pure Caterium ore over here. It's right next to where we do belting as well. Did I have a spare belt here? Let me think. I don't remember if I had a spare belt on this. I think I used my belt. But it would be very trivial to add another belt onto it. And look at all that water. I think we make our Caterium ore over here. Or our Caterium ingots over there. Alright, very well. Let's make it happen. And by let's make it happen, I mean you enjoy the view, and I will take a swift water break. I'll be back in a minute or two. Alright, there we go. Do forgive the slightly extended break there. Didn't realise that past Jake had left current Jake a nice little present in the kitchen by way of some ham shank and chocolate croissant. So cheers, you're not all that bad. But you're still an absolute bastard. Right, what are we looking at and what are we doing here? Caterium is needed. Caterium is there. However, somebody brought up mention of using the Mark 6 conveyor belt to launch oneself. Let's see if that idea holds any water. No fancy crap, just have it here and launch. Well, that's some good speed. Doesn't come with a height, though. There we go, Baron. Loves him some chocolatine. It's alright. My baker around here isn't much to phone home about, but treat is better than no treat, especially when I'm getting hungry for lunch. Is there space? There is a space left on that, or is there? I can't tell. No, there is not, because there's 2 lines for the steel. Did I really make that much steel? Also, what are you doing here? We've had this bug out and give us an additional hard drive before. That's of no use whatsoever to me now. Unless you can sync hard drives, but I sincerely doubt you can. Jake, do you prefer mild or hot shijabi? I don't know what shabai is. so I have no way of answering that. These days I don't have a problem with food being hot. I used to have a very low spice tolerance, but I lived with a guy who... Oh lord, there was no upper limit to the spice that man wanted in his food. And gradually, I became acclimatized with such foods. Hungarian sausage. I think I would prefer mild, but I wouldn't have a problem with hot. I don't know, food talk's a bit droll, no? Right. Water. Can we actually expunge water from this? We can, but it's rather awkward. How do we minimize awkwardness? By using that lovely open area right there. And also paving over the greenery, because greenery is overrated. Yes, this would surely be fine. Caterium comes from there, Caterium goes over here, Caterium gets processed, and all is well. Now let's get cutting. I need to head back to the old base to grab my schloops anyway. Safe in the knowledge that they're not needed over there anymore. The sound effects are rather nice for the cutting down, the animation's less so. I mean, the way they just explode and they still disappear afterwards anyway. I hadn't even noticed how odd it was that trees would just disappear when cutting them, and now I do notice. Did you get to screw voiding, or is that still manual? I did shove the screws into the toilet. Yeah, every so often between sessions I fire this game up and grab Mercers or fix things here and there. And that was one such thing that I did. Because even when I'm not playing this game, I'm thinking about playing this game. It's good. It's a good sign. Right, the water will need pumped if I don't just bring it all the way down. But if I'm too far down, I will be bothered by all this stuff in the way. And I am not Nancy Drew. I'm not looking for stuff. So I think I'll be fine with this. Start here and begin the building. I love being chunk aligned. I'd also love hovering in place. Don't I have power here? I do have power here. Oh, good man. Good man. Stop fat fingering. Start correct fingering, please. Oh, hang on. We got power right there. I don't know how water-hungry pure Caterium is, but I guess we're about to find out. Just have this for power access as we consider how everything's going to glue together. It was fun coming here when this was a place of nightmares. I think spawning here would be quite fun in its own way. In its own terrifying way. But you'd have to have the wildlife not on passive. And I guess you'd focus on building yourself a little defense. A defense that you'd be scared to leave. Right, so, making Caterium ingots. I feel like I still want more space here, though. Ew, tell me you go away. Lovely. Lovely jubbly. There we go. More space is better than not more space. Now, what do we say? And I will double check my mathematics on this. I believe we need 50 refineries. Are we good on power? Oh yeah, we're good on power. Look at that. Look at how easily production dwarves consumption. So much of that is just making my little time crystals as well. That's concerning. Very concerning. For other people, but not for me. I still don't like these things being here though, so... Bleh. Bleh. Kaboom! Obviously, fix-it concrete is far too strong, even for nobelisks. But we're fine. Am I hallucinating, or has the game become more drab and more washed out? No. That's an effect of being here in the swamp biome. Don't worry, we won't be hanging around here too long. Just enough to build up our Caterium empire. So again, we know we're bringing in 1200 Caterium ore per minute. 1200 into 24 is 50, yes. So 50 needed. Or 60 if I want to underclock. 60 for underclocking? I don't know. Build them by the fours. I do 20. I don't know if I want to build that many. Because that's building them 3 high, and the more I have to work up and down, the more awkward things get. Refinery array, let's go. Access to power line, let's go. It's a smart explosive, not affecting manufactured things, only nature. Of course, Fix-It has the smartest solutions for the most difficult problems. Keep forgetting which way is in and out. Yeah, so the back side is out. But the water can come from that side, so it's no big deal. Can I extend in this direction? Yes, I can. So I will start from the water's edge, just like Nancy Drew would. However, our stuff is exiting in that direction again. It's no big deal to turn it around, but still. Perhaps something to keep in mind. That's good. And now we want them set to auto connect. Now we have 8. Now you have to go, I'm afraid. That's okay, the stuff can be connected. Set blueprint, grab auto connect. That's 12. That's not 12. And that is in my way. Ew. That's what I get for bringing it back too much. And that piece of rock we cannot destroy. I don't think the game would throw up too much of a hissy fit about that, but I would. So I might build out in this direction a bit more. What do we build? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Wait, really? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. If I do 4 more on the other side, we're relatively okay. But I could extend this out pretty much as far as I'd like, you'd think. Might do 20, 20, 20. I will go with the 60 and I'll keep it all on ground floor. Building up is fun, but let's not this time. Let's not do what I just did either. Kind of weird that it lets you build blueprint directly on blueprint and it won't fire up red saying this is overlapping far too much. I guess Ada's just being nice, much as it's surely hurting her. So it's not so smart that it doesn't entirely avoid hurting fix-it property, it seems. Right, still need one more of these, so pipette U, auto connect. So there we go, that's 20 of them. But we need 50, so I'll build 60. And I would like to still be able to fly, so we're going to connect up the power immediately. So that little line is a way to tell that it's powered without looking at the red thing on top. Kind of wish there was a difference between the little thing there showing idle and powered. It's still red because it has no instructions, I believe. Alright, that'll do fine. That all connects up nicely, although they do need their manual addition of the raised bits on both sides, so we're going to have a lot of that to do. But that's okay, we know what we're doing, and we're very happy to have blueprinted it all already. And this time we're going to remember to give ourselves plenty of space between them so they don't do weird auto-connecting nonsense. How much space? So I want you in line, and then I want you as far away such that you don't do any connective nonsense. That seems fine. And then I need to do that again. It doesn't like that. Okay, so we can't escape the auto connections then. We just have to have it on regular non-auto connect mode and then manually connect them. Yeah. Oh, it did not like that. An Unreal process has crashed. Unreal Engine - factory game. No is pre-force build, no build configuration, shipping launcher. Very well. Send game, restart game. Sign of taking dinner break for the gate? Nah, I just had a bit of munch in the kitchen. The experimental build gets a bit unstable if you play for a long time. I could explain it. That was only 4.5 hours, though. It would be nice if the game got recaptured, though. Do you think that you could be captured again, please, game? Doesn't want to. It really doesn't want to. Also, my last save is 5 minutes old. Hey, there we go. Five minutes ago. Okay, well, fortunately, this is slightly done. Oh god, now I need to remember what I did and didn't do. How frequent are the autosaves by default? I might want to set it to 5 minutes instead of 10. Options. I don't know why they have the search nested within this. Surely you want to search all of this. Anyway, autosave. Oh, it is 5 minutes. Well, that's convenient. Had I already set it to that? Okay, what do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Let's just get it back then. And watch all that concrete flow. That is a nice touch that the concrete just flies away from you, but all that particle effect is surely wreaking havoc on the encoding. But that's... I was going to say that's my problem, not yours. Actually, it's not my problem at all. It's only your problem. I don't have to watch this. I do watch my own streams sometimes. But I'm certainly not rewatching this. I like to rewatch my particularly impressive runs, things like that Resident Evil 3 knife-only run I did. I was very happy with that. I mean, there's nothing stopping me having this quite close together, but there's no real good reason for it, is there? No, just have it like so. However, be sad that you're going to have to manually connect this. Yeah. Or the Japanese castle run. Funnily enough, I've not rewatched that. Although I do like to snigger about it plenty. I haven't rewatched that run. I've got too many streams up for me to rewatch them all. I like to watch other people stream. Sadly though, nobody in the community is stepping up to give me the Slay the Spire streams I desire. Ah, actually Baron was playing some not too long ago. Baron is only one person though, and we have not yet found a way to enslave Baron into playing games forever for us. Although I'm sure we're working on it. Okay, once more. And this will be the 6th day we desire. That's a lot to reconnect though. Definitely a place where Satisfactory falls flat compared to Factorio. Satisfactory just cannot do blueprinting the way Factorio can. And it's a bit of a shame because there's not much thrill to a solved issue, right? I've solved how to do a nice big smelter array. I just want to have it down so I can move along and do other things, but it's so much work to make it work. Perhaps it's telling me that you clearly haven't solved it because you still have to do all this manual stuff, but 1, it's bugs, 2, it's more bugs, and 3, it seems like some intentional limitations in the game, like not having these automatically connect up your power lines. I understand that's a non-trivial task to solve, but it's only non-trivial because they've designed it to be a non-trivial task to solve. Sorry, do I sound bitter about the situation? Only a little bit. It's as someone was saying earlier, it must be difficult to come to this game out of Factorio and not be turned off by some of the more egregious parts of building up. But like I said, this game scratches some itches, which Factorio cannot. Factorio solves this problem by letting you partially oh, you could fully overlap the blueprints, but yeah, that is a good bit of solving that Factorio offers. Still lacking a little bit here. Yeah, I wonder if the developers would fire up a game of this. Just play through a big run. Maybe everybody in the dev team has to play single player, and then do a big multiplayer together, and then they rack up a big document of every irksome moment they had in the game and how they can go through and fix it. But maybe that's asking a bit much. I don't know, I'm a little annoyed because the game is so good. I just feel like a little bit of love to remove the more irksome parts would go a long way. But maybe they don't care. Or maybe what I find irksome, other people find more captivating. Don't want to sound like I'm trashing on the game here, though. I do think this game is excellent. It will rate highly when I do my every game I played this year thing, which is already getting quite populated. All devs should be forced to play their own games to beta test. Yes. It was mandatory to spend time playing Europa Universalis on the dev team. Often you'd find things mysteriously fixed. Because, oh yeah, I was playing as this, but oh man, this menu was such a pain in the arse to use, so I changed this and that. I wonder who's in charge of optimizing Victoria 3, though. I used to know the guy who was the tech lead, but I'm pretty sure he got promoted away from that. Like, in a good way. He was really good at what he did, so they made him pretty much the tech lead for the development studio rather than just that game. So I don't know who's in charge of it now, but I gotta say, that is some really, really bad optimization on Victoria 3. Game runs like a slideshow. And part of the problem is a design problem as well, because it's just so slow. There's like 5 nations here getting in my way. I need to clean them up. But I can't just have one war. I gotta have 5 diplomatic plays, and you can't do them in parallel. You gotta do them one at a time. And there's a minimum length they have to go along for. And they can stall and drag, and it's like, I could kill every single person here if they all teamed up together. I don't care, but you've gotta wait. Europa had minimum waiting times, right? What was it, a month between declaring wars? But the game's span, a month is nothing. I'm talking so much that I'm actually not paying attention to methodically making sure that everything is connected up here. Feels bad. Although, prior to 1.1, you'd have to do this anyway, because they didn't have auto-connecting blueprints. Surely they're ironing out these issues as we speak over at Coffee Stain between their fika breaks. It's my go-to near idle game. If I'm mostly watching streams, it's an ideal game because you don't have to pay that much attention. You're not talking about Slay the Spire, are you? You don't have to pay much attention in Slay the Spire? Who pays? Right, this may or may not all be operational. Time to give it their tasks. Hang on, what, we needed 50. So what's 60 over 50, sorry. 50 over 60 times 100. It's 8.33333. Make me my pure ingots at 83 point many threes. And that should be fine because that's 12.5 copper ore being consumed each across 60. Wait, what? Something isn't adding up here. I built 60 of these shenanigans. Because we're not making copper, we're making Caterium. And 20 times 60 is the correct number. Okay, very good. Something very zen-like about this. Because sometimes it's a bit of a pain doing all this building, but knowing that once it's all done, we're going to have Caterium ingots flowing into the bus, and knowing that the only thing we have to do after that in terms of raws is bringing over sulfur, which is a comparatively trivial task, just mine it and ship it over. Then after that, we can actually get producing things, although that's going to start out with fluids because I want heavy oil, fuel, plastic, rubber, but at least it's actually doing stuff, producing things. Not with Snecko Eye. Snecko Eye means you have to play more. You have to think about every individual hand because it's all new values and new synergies. People get so mad at me getting Snecko Eye. They don't understand that it's still difficult. In fact, plenty of other people, they get the Snecko Eye and then they get absolutely trashed. And I love it. Absolutely love it. This is why I want to watch more people play Satisfactory. Not Satisfactory, Slay the Spire. Don't want to watch anyone playing this game. Like watching paint dry, come on. But watching Slay the Spire, now that I can get behind. So, we need the water. How much water do we need? Oh, I don't like that number. 20 per minute times 20 of these. Yeah, so you need 400 a pop. That's 4 of these running unless I want to clock, so it's 12 water extractors. Fortunately, though, the pipework will be able to hold, so it shouldn't be a big deal. In fact, it should be the opposite of a big deal. Show me water extractors. Show me water extractors that line up to the global grid. Maybe I, maybe no. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then, of course, we figured out the beautiful way of doing this, which is not caring much at all. Oh, I love it. Oh, he loves it. Excellent. Exactly. 100, copy, paste, 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 paste. And we'll need buckets of ducats of power coming out here. Are you gonna reach? Oh, yes. All right, splendid. We can be quite confident that that will not have the headway to reach. And we can be sure about that by making a pump. Ugh. Keep forgetting you need to confirm that. Is that actually flowing in the right direction? It can be so hard to tell. Yes, because that looks the same. Glad I automated motors a million years ago. Right, so that is flowing in the right direction. Good sign it's actually taking the water. I just need to do that 2 more times. And we're good as gold. 1, 2, 3, 4. And from you to me to you. Boy, it doesn't want to go there. Good enough. I'm not sure it'll work from there. But I'm also not sure it'll work from here. Wait, it does? But then it might not head lift that. What I'm getting at is that this won't work here. That should work a bit better. Gosh, being able to hover makes this so much easier. I love this hover pack. I see no good reason that we can't do it like that. Now I see a good reason why we can't. Is there any similar throughput issue with pipes in Factorio these days after they change things for Space Age? I haven't played Space Age at all. I haven't even been tempted to, which is weird, given how much I love me some Factorio. The problem with Factorio 1.0 is that your optimum way of placing pipes was to place 0 pipes and make everything into back-to-back pumps for maximum throughput. How is it these days? Now there's range limit. But is there pumping speed or throughput or anything like that? And there she goes. The water is flowing. The water is flowing at a steady rate. At a nice cool underclocked, 83%. And now, if the Caterium comes in, it should all work handily. The Caterium is very close by. Cannot output more than 6,000 per second with foundries. I do not understand what you're talking about. How far down is this Caterium? Wait, the Caterium isn't over there. Why did I think... I'm looking at sulfur. Caterium is over here. That's okay. Alright, now you, once again, Mark III, super buffed up. I mean, super buffed up. Super powered and super ready to serve. With my Mark VI belt. And I don't even need to worry about being niggardly about it. However, which direction does it feed in from? From down there. Okay. In that case, I still am going to bring it over with Mark VI because I can. Don't give me that belt too long nonsense. It's weird that it gives you that belt too long. Why not just make the belt as far as you can take it in that case? Oh, right. That's a something like Fulgoria building, am I right? Yeah, it was a fancy new thing for making vast sums of goodies in Factorio. Won't claim to remember it though. But I did read the dev diaries, which I think is actually part of the reason why I've not been so enamored with the... bollocks, not again. One of the reasons I've not been so enamored with the expansion, or excited rather. I've read it all. Gotta have some mystery there. How's the rail replacement bus service? Listen, the service that I'm offering here is A-okay. Still don't like how this thing gets a little bent at the tip, though. Right, now I can concern myself with how exactly we fit you in. What do you mean that clips? See how the building UI's gone? I can't even press R to change how it builds. I need to come out of it altogether and then bring this back up. How bizarre. This game works in funny ways sometimes. I don't recall that being an issue before, though. So, what's a man to think about all of this? Hang on now, hang on. That is where things come out, not in. So just keep on moving along. Yeah, building all this auxiliary stuff would be far from a problem in Factorio. Alright, in you go. What? No, no, not like that. Certainly not like that, please. Come on, all these time crystals. Let's not put them to waste. Once again, not there. Come on, we've been over this. Split it here. Alright, now in it goes. Or does it? No, because there's one big, frankly annoying thing that we have to do. And there's 120 times we've got to put these in. Because the blueprint thing is broken. 1, 2, 3, 4. But don't worry, there should be no more ingots to make in refineries for a good long time. Regular sulfur and... oh, hang on. Not ingots, but how many oil-related goods are made in refineries? Yeah, that's right. We've got plastic and rubber. I don't know what scale I'm going to need those, but probably quite a bit. I need to think of up a witty episode name that revolves around refineries. Or I won't even try. Yeah, plastic and rubber. It's been so long since we made plastic and rubber, I can't remember how it's made. I miss the hand feeding. Oh, those days were good. But just think how satisfying it's going to be to have a big old bus running along. Not only is it a bus, it's also an easily expanded operation. Feed more things in, speed up the belts, add more belts. We have the time and the space and the gubbins to do it all. It's also going to feel good to have everything in place to actually start automating slightly more advanced goods, although we are going to have to start with automating iron plates into reinforced iron plates, which are going to need... I think it's just rubber. Adhesive plates seems like a good recipe for that. Although I could do stitched plates with wire. I think I'd rather do the rubber one. I don't think rubber is needed in truly vast quantities for other things, although it will be needed. Yeah, actually thinking about it, I'm not sure if rubber is produced at that speedy a rate. Tell me about rubber. Rubber. You can make residual rubber, but that's more of a catch your bits when they're done. Look at that, recycled rubber. Plastic becomes rubber. Does require fuel, lots of fuel. 60 a minute though. Gonna need more of that. And the idea of using my plastic when I need lots of plastic is also troubling. Oh yeah, look at that, rubber becomes plastic. So do we turn plastic into rubber and rubber into plastic? Because we could make a lot of fuel with diluted fuel. Yeah, seems like we just keep doubling it as long as we have lots of fuel, and fuel is easy to make because we can very easily make heavy oil. It's going to need a lot of blenders, though. Okay, that was a nice distraction whilst we're halfway through this. And maybe blenders are easier to use than refineries. The thing is, you need a bit of initial rubber and plastic to get it started, so I wonder, do I just hand feed that and then watch it go? Or do I have an initial bit of plastic and or rubber? Soon to be Bracket Champ Link says, "Morning, Jake. Seems we got some refining to do today. Heck yeah. A vast quantity of the recycling has already been done. The only thing needed after this will be rubber and plastic, and then we can actually start making goods." There are still some problems to solve, of course. We need to develop a way to elevate water in a nice, clean, tileable blueprint, chunk-aligned manner. But I think that shouldn't be difficult to do. I'll just make myself a little framework. Yeah, I could even use framework. Frame walls, frame foundations, and use that to blast all of our bits away. You know what wouldn't need this? If I had kept my belts on the ground and elevated my pipes instead, I wouldn't have to do this. But I didn't want to redo my blueprint at the time, so I think saving myself 5 minutes has now cost me many 5s of minutes. But thank the game, because it's a bug. These conveyor lifts don't connect when using a blueprint, for whatever insane reason. Right, now, consider the output rate. It's coming out at 600 per minute, and a single Mark V belt can handle that, no problem. So, that's what we'll do. I'll just have it come back out here and feed into everything. Come out straight as a pretzel, please. But you don't need to be any more elevated than you already are. And you will need merging. And more merging. And then you will begin to realize that there's a slight problem here, but only slight. I'm not accepting that. I will accept that. Well, I'm not accepting that for a variety of reasons. Much nicer. So 1, 2, 3, loads of ingots. And now, how do I get them back? We join along here. Yes. And once again, the UI has disappeared. See that? I gotta come out of it and then come back into it to get this. Why, Coffee Stain? Why? Realize I haven't actually checked that all this works. You see anything that isn't green? I see some yellow over there. Now, is that a manifold issue or is that a deeper issue? I'm thinking manifold. Because you've got 6, you've got 20-something, you've got 70. That smacks of manifold. However, what if it's a broken bit of belt? It is not. Yeah, that looks just like fledgling manifold issues. Excellent. What about power issues? What power issues? Look how easily we're exceeding that with our production. So easy. Water always tastes better unfiltered. The floaties build What? One of us is having a problem here, and I don't think it's me. Bringing you over here seems trivial, and yet it's horrifically dark here in this biome. So here's my proposition. I'm going to elevate you. I'm going to switch myself over to curved mode, which I can't see because all the UI disappears for some reason. And we're going to bring you back. Although probably not over this oil. Let's avoid the oil. Oil do that. And we'll make our way back. Ew, this is okay though. Because I have once again never clipped in my life. That's cool though. That's real cool. Using that as a platform. Brilliance. The roller coaster continues. Gosh, I enjoy this. More than I probably should. Get over there, please. And again, we're really just going this way? Surely I want to get all the way up there. That seems like something I would like to do. What's my best way to do that? Do I go up very far, or do I do peculiar things? I like the idea of doing peculiar things. Let's do that. Can I even get you over here, though? Game says no, but maybe. What if we didn't curve? What if we were straight as a pretzel? No, because again, the UI just keeps disappearing. Where's my build UI? Choose direction and all that. I have to come out of it and then go back into it. There we go. I knew we had it all along. Is that a game running for too long issue or what? You say too steep, I say it's sheer perfection. I'm certain something here worked. Yeah, we reloaded from a crash very, very recently, in fact. So horrifying to think that that could be an issue. Alright, should be out of the woods now. Welcome to Belty Civilization. Oh, it's still a bit to go over in this direction, but that's fine. We're ready for it. How prompt do Coffee Stain tend to be with bug fixing? This is a huge update, right? So it stands to reason there's going to be issues. issues that are going to take time to fix. But I don't know what their past performance has been like during their early access. Yeah, so I have one belt here, but that's not... I won't have an extra belt over there, is what I'm getting at. Maybe I should have taken it through that way. I feel like I'd be making less work for myself by doing that. Oh, well, this is where we are. Says it's fine. I disagree. I still disagree. That is hideous and clippy, and we don't agree to either of those things. However, that I could agree to. Oh yeah, there we go. And now... I've still never clipped. That's fine. However, now I feel like I'm going to want more. More of a route here. There we go. I'm not satisfied with that. I won't leave myself enough space for others coming in at this rate. That's better. I don't think I'll be using all of this, but I want the ability to use all of this. Long range, auto-connecting, blueprinting, auto-connecting. But it doesn't like me being in the way. What am I connecting to? I still wonder. I'm not so sure it's the train track, but maybe it is. Looks like it is. Alright, continue the Caterium success story. Although I do wonder if that's going to be enough. I certainly want to mix it with copper to make the most out of my Caterium. I remember looking at fused stuff thinking, ugh, why would I do that? I've got so much Caterium. And true enough, there's a lot of Caterium on the map, but I don't want to exploit every single node just to meet our Caterium demands. So yes, Caterium will be mixed with copper to make quick wire. The question is, and this is a question for chat if you have any better ideas on it, should one mix Caterium with copper to make copper wire? I'm unsure if I have a good answer for that. I believe this is Caterium, yes. Use whatever alternatives are interesting to you, says Mort. Not at all what I asked. But I suppose I can't expect to be spoon-fed such answers. I can, however, enjoy watching Caterium go up and up and up. Been a while, but as I recall, the Caterium copper wire is useful for being much faster than other recipes. Fast is good. Use whatever makes your less easier and less amounts of spaghetti. Sounding like you have a problem with my setup here. I don't. I like my setup. I'm just glad I'm not feeding it by train, because then I'd give the people what they want. Alright, the Caterium, it flows. Leaving me with very few things that still need to flow. Got iron, got copper, got Caterium, got steel, got coal, got limestone, got reanimated SAM, got aluminium. It's not over here, but it does not need to be here. We've got quartz. Yeah, grab the sulfur, and then all we need to do is fluid processing, which will give rubber and plastic as a byproduct. Lovely. Yes, you can play with your own trains, Roseanne. It's weird that I'm not more into trains. Toy train sets were the non-digital toy of Jake's childhood. Inherited from my brothers, my older brothers. Yeah, one of them... Oh, God, big mistake here. We didn't turn fog back off. Ah, there we go. Considerably better. Yeah, my middle brother, big into trains. Eldest brother? Not sure. Never asked him. Hey, bro, what do you think about trains? He didn't seem to care too much about them. He was more into spending time with his RPGs, like Final Fantasy, Wild Arms. Getting together for Christmas, he just loads up Wild Arms and plays that. What a legend. I tried to get into Wild Arms as well, but it's just not my game. Typical JRPG nonsense of just being so agonizingly slow to play. Although I did quite like the turn system in battle. Everybody running around. Why am I not seeing sulfur? Because it's being drowned out by the geysers that I built. Why am I still not seeing them? Agonizingly slow to play. Unlike Satisfactory, we play blazingly fast. The thing is, you can play Satisfactory blazingly fast if you choose to do so. Pretty difficult to play a JRPG blazingly fast. And I watch speedruns of that stuff. I watched Mitako doing his Final Fantasy 8, 9, 10 speedruns. How much sulfur is there here? Impure, pure, and normal. How much sulfur is one man truly going to need if he's not going to make compacted coal with it? I have a specific place that I'm going to make compacted coal and ship it in, so that's not a concern. Black powder is something that I only need thrown into the toilet, and it's not used for anything of value, right? Yeah, nobelisks and smokeless powder is just used for offensive stuff, so we don't need to care about that. This could do with a back button. Should I be concerned that it seems to be used for doing this kind of fuel blending? No, because I'll be making turbo fuel out of... Will I be making turbo fuel is probably a better question. I don't think you need turbo fuel to make rocket fuel. Yeah, no, we're making rocket fuel out of nitro. Although, for what it's worth, also out of sulfur and coal. But the sulfur... I might actually branch some sulfur off as it comes along here and bring it over for this, because then I will still want it, huh? Okay, but beyond all that, what's sulfur actually being used for? I always think sulfur has a pH in it. Batteries, uranium stuff, batteries and uranium stuff. And we're not doing uranium, so batteries. Probably won't need a lot of sulfur then. Interesting. Interesting. Hey, we already set up a line for copper right over there. The sulfur need only be brought over like that. Let's go and grab the pure nugget and bring it over. And then if we need to do some stuff with the oil, we can use the non-pure sulfur. Or am I getting things backwards? Maybe I should... Nah, I want as much on the bus as possible. Who knows, we might make our actual rocket fuel over there. Yeah, that's actually a decent enough idea. Probably a terrible idea, right? But it's what we're doing. You, what purity are you? You're the normal one. There's some loud geyser things. Must be awful setting those up right next to where you actually have your base and stuff, having to listen to that all the time. Alright, give me the goods. This stuff gets cranked out at maximum speed. And that means we can once again handily use the Mark 6 conveyor belt, because we're drowning in crystals. This man has more crystals than he knows what to do with. And to think I could have automated those time crystals an aeon ago. What was I thinking? I was thinking I don't want to clip this, because I have standards. Professionals have standards. Be polite. Be efficient. Have a plan to kill everyone you meet. I'm very much enjoying being able to build as much of these as I like. Wait a second, this wasn't for copper, this was for... limestone. Okay, but that's of little concern, because I can still just upgrade these as I see fit. If I see fit. So it has come to pass. Don't worry about it, though. Did I build? Yeah, I built one all the way over there. That was not the plan. There was a plan, though, and this was the plan. Whoop. So easy. I'm glad I left an easy one till the end. Couldn't help but notice, though, that the sulfur is not coming along. Why would that be? Lack of power, of course. Never going to see the glory days of early TF2. Those were not glorious days. Let's not sugarcoat it. That game always sucked. Yeah, the setting was pretty cool. But, gameplay-wise, nah. Although it did only get worse as time goes on. Come on, time for that sulfur to flow. Hey. Roseanne coming in, going for the most useful comment of all time award. You could have automated everything long ago. We certainly could have. But you know what? I was interested in having fun. And I've certainly been having a lot of fun. That doesn't clip, right? Nah. Who clips? Sure enough, though, coming up the way like this is unpleasant. You know, maybe actually curving it up is the better alternative, because I don't think it lips quite as badly as doing it default way. It does make humps, but I don't think humps are a big problem. Oh, regarding crystals? Yeah, crystal. Oh, right. Starting to see the problem here now. But where you see problem, I see severe lack of I see a little problem. Whoops. This is not how Nessie was meant to be discovered, though. That's borderline acceptable. Now, which one of these is sulfur approved? Gads, I hate this. It should be press tab, press 1 to switch between your hover pack and your not hover pack. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. But sometimes when I open up the menu and I press 1, it puts it into the dimensional toilet instead, like there. And I don't know why. There's only one hotkey assignable for 1. It has a rather unuseful name. That's sure not what I'm looking for. Oh, that's right, we can go above and beyond like so. Sweet. I love how messy this is getting. Feels like it's one of Alpha's factories in Factorio. And he would say that it's beautiful and all that, but I bet when he starts seeing this, he'll start having new definitions for beauty. Is that going to be a problem? Nah, it doesn't look like a problem. Alright, in that case... come on over. Although, which one of these is sulfur? Is it the one that I haven't actually done? Everything else looks pretty done to me. Oh, maybe it was this. Maybe. I think it was an early one, so I'm willing to believe that that is sulfur. And if it's not sulfur, I'm changing the sign to sulfur. That seems like the fair and sane way to go about it. Right, where are you again? Here you are. Wait, no, that's not sulfur at all. You're the sulfur, possibly. Easy. Potentially too easy. Oh, yes. Can't wait to make a theme park out of this game. Although it's going to take dozens of hours. That's okay though. Who doesn't have dozens of hours to spare on something completely superfluous? Oof. How are we doing on those coupons, by the way? I did spend a load of them. Hey, the cost of these coupons is getting pretty high, though. Looks like it's about 12.5 million coupons per ticket now, or 12.5 points per ticket. What's the maximum cost of it anyway? I'm under the impression that it reaches a plateau and stops there. Is there no way to make the conveyor belt straight? Yeah, of course there is. Just set it to straight. And then, huzzah, you've got the straightest conveyor belts known to man. The corners are still going to be curved, but they don't do 90-degree turns if that's what you're looking for. Here's my sulfur. That looks a lot like sulfur. Get that in line. And in you go. All that work, and now it's here. That's interesting. The way that there was a short spurt out the bottom and then everything else up top, and then it was all up top. Does that mean that there's a little bit of this that isn't running at full pelt? I am a little curious. Let's check that. What's it called again? The speed thing, the belt flow, the Detector. Throughput. That number doesn't look right. And this is why. Oh yeah. I suppose one good reason that the lifts should have this very distinct look is that you will know that you've got your Mark 6 lift. Yeah, makes sense even if I don't like it. Okay, what does that leave? Iron ingot, copper ingot, Caterium ingot, steel ingot, coal, sulfur, limestone, reanimated SAM, aluminium, kind of. Quartz, that means rubber, plastic. I never brought concrete over. Do I want to fix that here and now? Concrete's something you tend to need rather a lot of. Is this pure concrete? And it's right next to the Caterium. And I did just make a line for Caterium coming over. I could make a whole load of wet concrete, but hang on, wet concrete is something that vastly goes up in amount, right? Wet concrete is 6 to... Ooh, no, it doesn't. It actually goes down. That's okay, though, right? I don't see a reason why it wouldn't be okay. Oh, you're pure concrete as well. Wouldn't be difficult to bring you down here. The difficulty is getting water for you. But you're right next to water. I think we go over there and we make wet concrete. That's not a difficult thing to do because wet concrete consumes vast amounts of limestone. 10 of these will make the full amount. Although it uses a vast amount of water as well. Can the frame rate keep up with the belt speed? That's fine. The human eye can't see more than 10 FPS anyway. Thinking it might be a prudent idea to bring concrete over, and it's not a big job. Especially during daytime hours. Alright, let's get that done. I just see still images. Whee! What is that? Oh, that's the steel. And over there is the Caterium. Can't help it. Can you actually reduce the draw distance? I feel like if performance became an issue, drastically dropping the draw distance would probably help immensely. But I will say I'm impressed at just how much this game can draw without giving my system any real hiccups. Certainly smacks me as a CPU bottleneck game. Oh, tell me I didn't pave over that concrete. No, that won't be a problem because the concrete will be under my slabs. And so not a problem. This also gives me an opportunity to check and make sure that this is running fine. Actually, it won't because it's all backed up anyway. Right, well I certainly paved over the limestone. Certainly, he says? Maybe it's on top of this. Nope, it's right down here. What? Okay, something was built wrong here. Well, good to check the underbelly, I suppose. That would have gone unnoticed for a long, long time. So what are we to do with you? I have options. Which do I like the most? Thinking I could bring the limestone up and just extend out the refinery in that direction. Certainly plenty of space to extend it out. And again, we don't need a lot of these. We only needed, what was it, 10? 10 refineries for the man who just built... how many did I build today? Lots of them. Hey, see that time it switched on the hotkey one. Maybe it's a 50-50? No, it can't be. There's something else interfering with this. Right, in that case... have a nice distinct border between them. Oh, easy now, easy now. Let's try and stay connected. I've gone and reversed your direction here. Is that going to be a problem? Actually, I like the fact that you actually auto-connect with your buddy instead of your not buddy. I don't have a problem with making twice as many and underclocking them. This is easy to make 20 of and have... is this actually lining up right? Yeah, good. It felt like it was one off, but it was not. Good, it auto-connected as well, though. That's the big win that I was looking for. I'm also looking forward to not being in this biome. I really don't like how much it washes out the colors, as somebody mentioned earlier on. Wire too long? Wire not too long. Mysterious egg in the way? Mysterious egg not in the way. Yeah, why break a habit, C-Space? Recht. I have 20 of you. I only need 10. I want you to make me the wettest concrete known to man, clocking in at 50%. That way you use 60 per minute. 60... Wait a second. 60? Yeah, but there are 20. We're fine. Groovy. Copy it. Paste it. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. And we know this routine. Conveyor lift 1, 2, not that. At least I'm relatively sure these things work. Imagine finding out that there's a fatal error with my blueprint, having made hundreds of these now. See, if that were a problem in Factorio, it wouldn't really be a problem. You'd fix the blueprint issue, and then you could either paste over what you already had, if it was an overlapping issue, or you just assign to delete, and before it's even deleted, you can assign to rebuild, and your bots will do the work for you. But you already know that, because everybody here has already played Factorio. We're all members of the 3-digit hours, some of us the 4-digit hour club. Nobody a simple 2-digit hour club member. We're not in primary school here. Alright, goody goody. Bring in the water, bring in the concrete. Hang on a second. 50 water per minute? Pipe capacity of not 50? That could pose a problem, but that's a solvable problem. We find halfway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We sever 10 from the other lot, and we ensure that water goes in here and here distinctly. Also, that's 500 water. I don't want to overclock, so it's just going to be 5 and 5 of these. And we have all the space in the world to drag it out with. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Making weird goopy noises around here, but that's okay. Going to need lots and lots of power. I want these powered before I fly out over there, because I don't think my hover pack is going to reach if I don't. I could just do it like this. Yes. Something ain't right here. Please tell me I didn't make that mistake elsewhere. I tapped E to go through my pipe types, and that took me over to Mark 1. I guess we'd notice a problem with production if I'd accidentally made Mark 1s, but I wish I could just remove Mark 1 from the scroll bar at all right now. The game could do with some configuration like that. Yeah, I think last time I used Pipette's tool. Probably much safer to do that. Yeah, that'll do fine. You're not right. Why are you like this? What problem are you having here, young? Aside from the obvious. Right, which way feeds this again? The arrows tell me that is out, so this is in. It gets uglier every time I look at it. I hope he's just talking about looking out his front door. Right, give me that pump. Yeah, it's not very high up, but I'm certain we're going to need pumping regardless. And I'm pretty sure the Mark 1 pump has a limit on throughput, right? No, it doesn't. No, there's no good reason to use good pumps here. We can make do with crummy pumps. Alright, sweet. Save me the effort. Head lift 20 meter a bit able to. Doesn't even need to do that. Excellent. Alright then, and you are coming over here. To wherever I split the pipes, which was here. Glorious, and now you should get water no problem. Not even a semblance of a problem, and then the limestone comes over and we're good. $100, 100, 500, 10 times 50 is 500. Yeah, wet concrete, amazing. If I ever do replay this game from the start, there's no way in hell I'm going through getting all the hard drives, schloops, and Mercers again, so I will find whatever way possible to cut that out. But make no mistake, this is not a game that I would do on stream a second time. Show me my miner. Miner Mark III, naturally. Plenty of space for it. Plenty of space. You want to be chunk-aligned? No, not really, I bet. Huh. That works better than expected. Oh, very good. It is, however, not chunk-aligned. There we go. Much easier to line up because we're going to be bringing this thing along up here. Also, this needs to be coming out at a rapido speed. And rapid we shall do. Enough of that bendy tip, though. Really don't like that bendy tip. Now, you'd think there might be a problem with the global chunk like that, but it works on default mode, just not straight. Almost like straight isn't straight. Which way is the feeder? Not this side, but the other side. Okay. What if I were to bring it up like so, regardless? No way in the heck does that work. Can we do curves, please? I like this. Please don't clip. It's okay. We're in the no clippers factory here. Oh gosh, why is it coming out so far away from that? This isn't where I need you at all. Glad I didn't power the thing. I saw the water and assumed this is where I bring it out. I completely forgot that we have all this copper, this water set up for the Caterium as well. Nay to worry. We simply continue on. Or maybe it was the hole that threw me off. Whatever, as long as I can find something to blame other than myself, we're all good. I don't know why I'm being so anal about this. It really, really doesn't matter how straight or not straight it is. No one's going to see this, and it's not going to be built further upon. It's just, whenever I'm building something like this, I always come back to that data center that I worked in Edinburgh, which had the most beautiful setup for their cabling. Oh my days, it was like a work of art. I don't know who thought that they should care so much. I doubt the engineers were getting paid that much for it, but whoever did it put a lot of love into it. Was it you, Young? Did you go practically cross the border? And do the wiring job of all wiring jobs? Wait a second, why is this the input? It's not the input, this should be the input. But it doesn't want to go in. Oh, because it goes in from that end. Oh, okay. I specifically made it the way that it is, but every single time I get caught out by the orientation. I am my own worst enemy. As someone said earlier, but we will know. Nonsense. Getting a bit goopy here. Don't worry about it. Just ooh, easy now. All right, we got there in the end. Minor problem is that these are not fast enough. Problem will be solved. It doesn't need to be solved across the whole thing. I only need to do half of these up to Mark 6, because once we are done with half of these, then beyond that, it's only going to need half the rate. It's like when you do a smelter array in Factorio, only half of it needs to be red belt, and then you can do the rest in yellow, as long as you get the order right. And I have every confidence I've got the order right, so we're fine. Although I wonder if the manifold would struggle with that regardless. Yeah, because as the other ones fill up, it's still going to flow along. But like most manifold issues, it will solve itself in due time. Gosh, you'd almost never know this man didn't know what the word manifold meant when he started this run. Alright, prepare for the unloading. Whee! Oh, yes. Getting so many ideas about doing the theme park. The Satisfactory theme park. Yeah, look at that thing go. Guzzling that limestone. And then he's full, so this guy gets the full amount. And then you will, and you will, and you will. I'm not responsible for many works that can be considered beautiful, but if you ever happen upon a flaming wind turbine, might have been one of mine. Plenty of wind turbines up where I'm from. Quite contentious, but not for me, I like them. Right, so give it time, that'll all flesh out. And then the only real problem is, if we can even call it a problem, the rate of concrete coming out. See, the rate is going to be 40 times 20 of these, which is 800, which is slightly more than the capacity of this conveyor belt. So do we up it regardless? The answer is yes. I want every last sniveling bit of this stuff. Should have upgraded these before the concrete started flowing, but I didn't. We don't need to upgrade the upsy-downsy bits that come in and out of the machines, of course. Those are only carrying the output, so at most they have to deal with 40. Meaning we could have made the... We could have made these lifts that go into the machines. I could have made them Mark 1 and we'd be no worse for wear of it, but there's not really much point in making Mark 1 anything at this point. Conveyor belt Mark 6 is the only conveyor belt that has a substantial cost due to the crystals. Everything else we have automated. And quite well automated, at least for building with. Iron plates, reinforced iron plates, steel, reinforced steel, aluminium, and then finally the time crystals. Anyway, all you need to do is come with me. And you shall, because you have no choice. Okay, good. Just thinking the concrete wasn't moving at all, it just takes a moment to render. Copper not being wound tight enough around the iron cores. The enamel grinds away on the exposed bits, and then the flames and flying blades. That sounds like a good way to make the news, though. Hold on, wasn't this a pain in the bum to bring over? Hang on, I know about pains in the bum. We can cope with the situation like so. By using you as the staging point. Don't tell me it's too long. Good, very good. Okay, now pressing 1 still wants to work, and that's good news for me. In and over you go. It says it wants to clip, but it doesn't really want to clip. Well, that very nearly wants to clip, though. Can you use double-decker supports? Yes, I can, but it's actually more work to set those up than just do this. I couldn't find a good way to make double-decker supports without making, say, a blueprint that also includes foundation. And I wasn't doing that. No way. Okay, here we go. Went to all that effort and now we're here. Now we're going to default you along, whether you like it or not. I didn't, of course, give myself extra room here, but that's fine. I'm an expert on finding room. Please don't screw me. Good, it didn't screw me. Would have been a bad time to go into the dimensional toilet there. Right, so... if we can't go above, we go below. I think that was what Ash Ketchum was saying in the fight for the volcano badge. If they can fight in the volcano, they can fight above it too. This Charizard delivers a suplex to Magmar. Got Pokemon on the mind because I recently did a run of Yellow. It wasn't just vanilla Yellow though. There was a really nice quality of life ROM hack called Yellow Legacy. Kept all of the old jank from Generation 1, which is good. That's how I like my Pokemon. Old and janky. So it kept the spirit of the game. But at the same time having actual quality of life changes. Alright, there we go. It's almost good enough, but not quite because this needs to be improved as well. Will you ever get back to the Nuzlocke challenge? Absolutely not. That was a run that I did and I failed. Not every long play will end in glorious success. Yeah, the problem is I could never really do try-hard Pokemon. I mean, I tried. But Giovanni and his absolute cheating bastard of a Genghis Khan destroyed me. Did JJ Ho-Ho ever finish his run of Radical Red sheets? I was really enjoying watching that. But then it became very uncommon, and then I think it just stopped. Right, now hold your horses. I think we're joining off here some way somehow, but to which one? I don't know. Perhaps I'd benefit from getting rid of this for a little bit before I figure out where all this goes. Radical Red sheets never finished. Aw, man. Can't believe Gigi Honhon would do this to us. Any good economic games on the horizon? I was linked to something that seemed like a good successor for Avorion. I forget its name, but I swiftly put it on my wish list. But I think it's either not out yet or it's coming out in early access. And of course I can't remember the name of it, so... That's not a very useful answer, is it? Surely I can actually get that information. It's pertinent enough, isn't it? Store, wish list. Ooh, None Holy is on sale. Maybe later. Wish list is getting rather long. It's hard to navigate. Captain of Industry will surely have 1.0 eventually. Look at farthest for cheat. Was it the crust? I hope not, because someone says early access. Also, that doesn't sound like it. Industry Giant 4.0. I was excited about that. It comes out. Oh, it's early access. What a shame. The problem is just so hard to escape the horrors of early access. It's everywhere. And it lasts for so long as well. Rise of Industry 2 at least is coming out, and I don't think that'll be early access, but it does not look promising at all. Aquapark Tycoon. I realize you can't see what I can see. I'm not super keen on showing my Steam page here because it's not filtered. Yeah, probably a bad idea, but surely I could show this. Hold that thought. Yeah, you better believe that I have anything and everything allowed on my Steam here. Alright, here we go. I don't think there's anything that would offend poor minds here. Was it Era 1? I think it was Era 1. Yeah, right at the bottom here. Yeah. Now again, I must say, I'm not enamored by the space setting. It just happens to be the setting for a lot of games that end up being really good. Base building, space survival, bases, constructs, tactical battles. Was this the one? I thought this had more of an economic thing going for it. I want Unbeatable to come out so badly. Unbeatable. That was there earlier. Anyway, July. Huzzah. Got July to look forward to for this one. Otherwise, Gilded Destiny? Historical Grand Strategy, Economics Strategy, Simulation, One Can Hope. Oh yeah, there's Unbeatable. Yeah, I played the demo for it. I didn't really like it, but I did enjoy the music a lot, so hopefully they got more of that. Horror game that I really want to check out. No, I'm not a human. Pax Augusta, I have no high hopes for you, but, yeah, maybe. Anything's possible, right? State of Decay 3, announced, what was it, 6 years ago now? Someday we'll get it. And this is the developers of Orion making an Aquapark Tycoon game. I 85% think this game is going to, 1, blow, and 2, not be a commercial success, but I would love to be proven wrong. Just seems like such a saturated genre and such a shift of gears from devs. Oh, Kindergarten 3, my beloved. Slay the Spire 2. But yeah, here's Rise of Industry 2. Now, I played and loved Rise of Industry. Had its problems, mostly with performance, but I loved the game. This is a new developer. They bought out the rights from the old developer because he went bankrupt, I'm afraid. But I'm just thinking they're not going to understand what was so good about Rise of Industry. It does, however, have FMVs, which is always a nice positive. Otherwise, my wish list is mostly full of things that I am certain are just going to disappoint. Or things that I'm waiting out for a good sale on. Like Lingo 2, although I've heard bad things about you. Orc Massage, someday not in early access, one can only hope. Anything else of note here? I don't like Total War games, not at all. I've played several of them, didn't like any of them. Unholy, maybe I will pick you up, 25% off. It's a consideration, but away you go. But yes, perennially hungry for good economic games. This is rubber, this is raw quartz, this is aluminium. Where was concrete? Concrete is here. Do I want concrete here? I suppose it doesn't really matter. Just give me the concrete. In line with you. Whee! Which one do you say had good music? Unbeatable. You know the song, actually. Although I can't remember the name of it right now, of course. What was the name of that song? I can't help but feel it was called Unbeatable. I'm sure it wasn't, though. That monster made it into a DDR song. If that helps at all. I listened to that song on repeat for about 2 days straight. It was so good. Worn Out Tapes, that was it, thank you. It was Worn Out Tapes. That's where I initially heard the song from the demo of that game. Here we go. And now we are the Concrete Master, in addition to many other masteries. Ahem. Don't make the fool of me. Oh, that's right, because we didn't actually connect the bleeding thing. Well, I'm very happy to see all those trigites and time crystals at my disposal. I'm surprised not to see Foundry on your list, even though it's in early access. I thought Foundry was on that list. Although I might have removed it after getting scunnered with it being in forever early access. I'm certain it was there before, though. Anyway, the wish list is mostly just used as a watch list. Steam actually has a watch list, doesn't it? But I don't use it. Maybe I should. Right, there we go. Now you will bring the concrete up after I connect it. There we go. And of course we bring it all the way down in order to bring it all the way back up. It's not going to reach, is it? Oh, come now. That's beyond unfair. Will it be long enough if I bring you out just a bit further? Spare you say that far. This is significantly unfair. What should I do here? I will cheat. Wrong way around. But I will still cheat. There we go. Don't you tell me it's too long. I will simply make a poly bridge. And it goes down to go up again. Alright, there we go. Do we have all of the raw materials now? Can we move on to fluid processing, which is going to require a design, although it shouldn't be a difficult design. Notably, rubber and plastic are missing, but those are fluid byproducts, that's not a problem. Yeah, that's a nice thing. The lift will have arrows on the highest mark, but I couldn't see them from the angle that I was at. Boot. Ah, it's sheer perfection. It bothers me, of course, that you are missing, but you're the only one missing out of all of this. I'm actually surprised I got all this done. I really thought I'd be dragging my heels a lot more, but the heels are not being dragged. And that's a whole lot of concrete to buffer up. Now, I'm increasingly convinced I don't need any of this. Can anybody name a single material that is deserving being on the bottom row here, given that I want the upper rows for processed goods and these for raw-ish goods? So we've got all the ingots except for fix-it ingots, which are not something that's going to be bussed because there's no point. No point bussing something that isn't used for a bunch of other recipes. And fix-it is just something I'm going to make down there, turn into trigons, and then Are trigons even something I bring up here? Possibly. Looks like I need it for neural quantum processors, which are used for AI expanders. So it's not unthinkable that I bring the triangles up here, the wee Doritos. Rubber and plastic are already on the bus here. Rubber and plastic. I don't have the rubber and plastic, but they're ready for the bus after I do my fluid processing right over there, which is my next plan, actually. I'll take the shot. The game is worse than Caesar 3. I know Jake hates such things, but I will take it. The game is just bad Caesar, and it ruins supply and demands. Which game are you talking about? Foundry? You're just talking about the game. Or maybe you mean this game, Satisfactory. This game is just Caesar 3? I'm not so sure about that part. I am having a hard time justifying keeping these here, and I want the space for fluid stuff. If I really need more goods over here, then that's what more space is for to the sides, or more space upsy downsy is for. But I got no problem just deleting you. And here's a problem. If I want to delete all of that, I get rid of that as well. I guess I'll just do this one at a time. This is what I get for making a multi-blueprint instead of a one-at-a-time blueprint. I could have done both. I wonder if this is actually better than just deleting the whole lot and rebuilding two of them, but whatever. Away it all goes. Quite far from my power source, methinks. Oh, that's right, I can filter, can't I? G for filter, donk. And then I can just paint, 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 paint. Very, very convenient.
Your tastes are questionable.
As in, how did you get such good taste, Jake? How can I also achieve such patrician tastes? I was thinking about Caesar 3 lately. I was watching Marek play some of Augustus. He said that Augustus would win me over someday. I'm sorry to say he's very incorrect about that one. It is impressive, but it's not at all for me. Give me Julius any day of the week. Right, so fluids. Fluids. First off, I'm going to need water. Anyone want to hazard a guess as to how many pipes of water I'm going to need up here, bearing in mind that oil processing will be done down there. So I don't need the gallons of water to do oil processing, nor do we do smelting up here. So water will primarily be used for... not even aluminium scrapping. Batteries... distilling... no, it won't be used for that. I don't do uranium things. Oh, that's how to get water, though. Not wet concrete, not plastic, not rubber, not packaging and unpackaging water. I won't be making biofuel. I won't be smelting. It's not unthinkable that I'll be making pure quartz crystal. Actually, yeah, I will be making pure quartz crystal, won't I? Oof, okay. That could be quite a bit of it. Maybe I should consider not doing that and instead doing it downstairs and bringing it up. But then I need to make use of these quartz for that. We'll see about that. Yeah, we'll need at least one. 350? Is that 3.5 or 350? Biochemical sculptors are... what? Only 10 per minute underwater. That's rather nice and easy. And hey, those are needed for phase 5, so hey, we will need it for that at least. We should make a guess. I'm going to guess 6 pipes of water. And if I need more, it will not be difficult to extend out for more. So let's come up with a design. Make something here, and then I'll make a multiple of it over in the blueprint factory, I reckon. So first thing, like anybody needs, is a hole. What kind of hole? A floor hole. Donk, donk. And then I want a buffer. At least this one's just called buffer. A small fluid buffer because the large fluid buffer is far too large. And it doesn't even lock in with the foundation size. Why they gotta do this to me? So many things just not working with foundations. Even a small one here doesn't work with foundations, but we can center it. We'd have it like so. And then we could do this. And then we could have two lines of these coming out. Would that even make sense, though? How does one even get past the other from moving around? How does one dodge the other? It might still work, actually. It'd bring you out like so. And let's say we have a lot of this coming off. How do I split it off? I guess I put a junction over you. And then we just do something like that. Seems pretty simple. Siphon water off, all is well. How do I then balance water? I wonder about that one. That might be a lot of keeping track of things, which I'm not the world's biggest fan of. Yeah, because let's say, this is taking out half of the water. We come down, I want more. Can't be nicely balanced like we can in Factorio. I have bad memories of the pipe floor holes. Made my liquid inputs bug. Not sure if it's been fixed since. We're gonna have to hope that it has been. I think this will work. I mean, maybe not well, but it'll function one way or another. This almost doesn't feel worth blueprinting. I mean, I can quickly build this faster than I would even blueprint it. How many of these things did I say I'd want for water? I said at least 3 for water. What are the other fluids, though? I will want fuel, heavy oil. What other fluids are there that we will reasonably have up here? I'll make heavy oil. I will make fuel. Heavy oil becomes... I won't be bothering with turbo fuel, so I don't need to worry about that. Acid. I've not even touched acid so far. Sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid I will make up here? At that rate, no I won't. But how much do I even need? No, I believe I decided that I don't need sulfuric acid. Unless I need batteries for something. Maybe I do. Batteries, what are you used for? It's an alternative for the superstate computer, which I don't care about. It is needed for drones, I think. No. Drone station. Also no. What in the world does one need batteries for? You can fuel drones with rocket fuel. Yeah, I think I'd rather fuel drones with that. I'm not seeing a need for sulfuric acid then, which is liberating. There are other acid things I would need here, though. I would need nitrogen. Yeah, nitric acid, but that doesn't need flow being brought up. Ion fuel, again, I would... Not sure if I'd make it up here or down there. Ionized fuel. Where's the ionized stuff? Also, what's up with this? Do we even have that? Did you unlock it in the MAM? Now I'm starting to wonder. You're right, I did not unlock it in the MAM. Oh ho ho. Under sulfur, that's what I need. Why do I not have it? Because I haven't ever made rocket fuel. That means we don't know how to make this. So we're not playing with all the information. I guess that's fine because I can make a bit of rocket fuel. I will be making nitro rocket fuel, and I'll probably be making that up here because here's where I have my coal and my sulfur. I need only use a bit of fuel and a bit of nitrogen gas. It will make as much rocket fuel as we need, which hopefully isn't much. So we make the rocket fuel and then we make it ionized. How would one reasonably ionize a rocket fuel? Think, what would ionize it? I hope it's not going to be uranium stuff. I bet it's that photonic matter from the converter thing. Look, it's even missing a recipe. So I bet we mix it with some excited photonic matter and then boom, we have ionized fuel and all of our problems are solved. But if we're doing that, we're going to use that probably over where we do our fuel expansion. So I would probably actually just make it over there, and then I would bring over enough empty fuel thingers, or make them on site. Would you look at that? There's bauxite over there. Just make a small little thing over there to get the containers for it, and then I can put it into the dimensional thing so I can blast off with it, if indeed that's what we'd be using it for. Hard to say. After you unlock it, scan a drive for alternatives. Yes, everything I unlock I wish to do that for. Just thinking of the order here, though. This doesn't change anything we're doing. We're still bringing fluids up here, but it might make me want to fast track making rocket fuel. Could I even do that? Look at that. I only need only 200 of these. Only needs rocket fuel. Rocket fuel is the turbo fuel of which I have lots, and nitric acid. Can I bottle nitric acid? I can. However, I don't have nitric acid. Where's my closest nitrogen gas? I might regress into the hand feed meta and make that happen. That's nitrogen gas. Nitro. Alright, the hand feed meta's going. It's good. I could do with a break of all this automating. It's tiring this man out. I need to clear up my inventory and also want to go and grab my schloopy things. So let's take a break back at the old base after we grab our goodies. Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. Hush. Hush? Hash. These dark blue names are getting very hard to read in on Twitch. Has something changed, or are my eyes just continuing to feel the relentless march of time? Who's to say? There's nitrogen close to your power plant. Yeah, that's what I'm going to go over and make use of. Not going to automate it, though. Heavens, no, what do you take me for? Okay, good. Von Dougals also finds it. Whoa, 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 whoa. What happened there? I think the autosave culled my input there. I think I already have these in the dimensional toilet, so maybe I'm wasting my time going and grabbing them, but I'll grab them anyway. Bunch of old geese, yeah. Dark Young, who once said turning 30 is 1 foot in the grave. But don't worry, he just moves that goalpost every few years. Okay, sure enough, I do have this stuff in the dimensional toilet, but I want to grab... I'll just give myself a fast stack of them. I can always dump them if needed. After all, they have priority... kind of? Essentially, it does get 100% of what it needs due to eating up my aluminium chunks. Anyway, grab that and let's go and solve this conundrum. I've been using biofuel for about 70 hours. It'd be nice to use something different. And let's start by going! Whee! Yeah, there we go, the new goalpost. 33 plus is practically dead. I don't know, I've never felt more alive. Thunk, because horizontal velocity is meaningless to Fix-It Man. Well, I say man. This guy's got some serious gyno going on. Could probably ignore all this stuff by now. However, if I recall well, we were having dimensional toilet issues with regular SAM. Now that is something we should probably fix in a more meaningful place, but I like paying homage to my old base. Whether or not it deserves it's a different matter. Let's clean up the inventory and grab all the schloops around here. This is no longer a base for creating anything. Why do I have so many aluminium sheets? Ah, probably from disassembling, Probably from disassembling. All those belts and things. 10 neural quantum processors. That'll be from disassembling a converter, no doubt. Plastic, ore, rotors, motors, wire, fluctuators, and SAM. You know what? To hell with them. Concrete, silica, mycelia. Much cleaner. And of course it all just turns into points as it should. Soon be at 1,000,000 points a minute on that thing. Why did I come here again? Schloops. This I will keep though. I do still turn my slugs into shards back here. It's just a periodic thing to do whenever I return. Because you never know when I'm going to need an additional many shards. But if I ever do, I'm ready for it. This is something I could definitely set up automation for. Just have a box that goes into a smart filter into this, but then I would need 3 different ones of these sharded. This game, I couldn't set up, say, a red cable and give this logic for when to be set to what. Anyway, you're not my concern. What was this ever even? Give me that. Also give me the, give me these. I don't want you clocking in as a potential consumer. By the way, is that not going to update the potential amount? Maybe I should just delete it then. Sorry to see you go, but I don't want you clouding the judgment of my power network, telling me what things may or may not cost. But by that logic, that's exactly what this will do. Doesn't matter, I'm having my schloops back. Something's still working here? Still, oh, of course, the motor. Well, the motor factory is fine. It's not like it's schlooped or anything. But if you're schlooped around here, you're getting unschlooped. Unschlooped and sharded. Ah, feels like forever ago that we were engaging in the glorious hand-feeding meta here to get our hands on supercomputers. I'm sure we all have fond memories of those days, and telling Jake how correct he was. Revolutionary trailblazer, I believe were words that were uttered. Not afraid of long-standing convention. Grabbed you. Grab you, thank you. Jake looking for hand-fed compliments. It's okay, I can feed myself with them. Over we come here. Easy money. Nice thing about everything being infinite is that we don't need to worry scrumbling around and grabbing everything out of these old boxes. Because it doesn't matter if there's 50,000 plastic over there. That's not 50,000 plastic that cannot be produced elsewhere. But I want these schloops and shards. The shards actually don't matter, but I certainly want these schloops. Yeah, there we go. I wonder if that will make a notable impact on the assumed amount of power needed, or if it won't matter until the machines do their other cycle. I don't think it's going to matter until they do their next cycle. This should not be that high. Does that mean I should unpower these? That seems kind of sad, but I don't like how they keep showing up like this. I could just delete them, but that seems like such a sad thing to do. Not that unpowering them isn't sad, but I don't like the game saying, "Hey, it might use this much power," when it definitely won't. Okay, yeah, that works. Simply removing the schlooper-doopers is not good enough. Maybe what I could do actually is no, it doesn't work with hitting standby. What if I change the recipe? No, it needs to do a cycle. Crumbs. Oh well, not a big deal to just unplug. Just find the cables for each of them and sever. No mercy, just away it goes. Make a sign for Nancy. Nancy has been consumed by the void. We're pretty certain of that. We'll check though. We'll see if we can no-clip and try and find Nancy. As best I understand it, there was an April Fool's thing where the little lizard things changed shape. And then when they stopped changing shape, I think my Nancy clipped through the ground, becoming her regular size, and now she's living about 1.5 kilometers under where we stand right now, having what I can only assume is a magical time. Right, how do I know if they're properly plugged or unplugged? For example, are you even plugged in? It shows yellow, and yellow feels like that means plugged in, but where's the line? I sure don't see a line. Oh, because the line is here. Yeah, red is good. Is there anything over here that is not red? Red, 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 red. More reds. More red. And the things that should be working are working, right? Like my motors and such. Who made these motors red? I think I need my motor machine working. Not that, though. That's a funny problem that I wouldn't notice for quite some time as well. You also don't need to be working, because I can't imagine needing automated wiring anymore. Certainly not in my beloved dimensional depots. But I'm hesitant to throw this away. Well, I'm throwing it away anyway. Dimensional depots and their Mercers might actually be relevant down the line. Supercomputers, funnily enough, I still want set up like that because they are used in building things. The automated wiring and whatnot's not. Does that mean grabbed everything and turned everything off? I can't edit her out. The update to the game doesn't... it doesn't load in the wee thingamajigger, the map editor. Right, you definitely need to be unplugged. Our days of needing all of this stuff are long gone, so give me that, and stop acting like you use up so much of my power. That should make us... Oh, forgive me for expecting a sizable dump there. I thought this thing would make a huge impact on the maximum consumption. What in the world? It's fixed now and the maps load in. Ooh, interesting. I guess I do have other things that could be working but aren't. I'm just surprised that you weren't the main culprit. I mean, you were gobbling up several gigawatt-sits. And now that you're off, I guess you were already idling or something? Well, that's a little concern. Why did I come over here again? Let's triage our inventory and go and get that ionized rocket fuel recipe. You looked at nuclear power yet? I had a quick look on it in the wiki, actually, out of curiosity. Looks like a lot of balancing things. But I'd rather play around with the fuel instead. The fuel byproducts I can put to good use. The uranium byproducts don't seem of any particular use for the manufacturing lines. Honestly, the stuff for... oh, do not dump your Mercers. The stuff for uranium actually looks more like a pain than any kind of joy, and I find an absolute delight in setting up uranium-related things in Factorio. At least I did an old Factorio. I haven't played the new one much. I should probably set up a bigger power storage array as well. Like a proper organized one, but I won't do that just yet. Alright, let's get our fuel. Where's my chute? Here's my chute. Whee! Still think that's the best chute we've made. The original and still the best. Now, I believe as part of this, I need to grab some nitro. The nitro flows out of here. The rest of this doesn't flow anymore, so I can just hijack off of you. And that's going to require packagers, right? Yes. Don't know how fast these things are going to want to work. Let's set up 4 of you, shall we? What am I packaging here anyway? Packaging nitrogen gas. Take 100 or so of these a pop. Wait, why didn't you copy over? How fast are you, by the way? 60 a minute. Oh, you'll have this done in no time then. That's what I like to hear. Just thinking how poorly this these numbers spread out for me. Oh wait, I didn't need this elevated. I'm hand feeding them. Ugh. Foolish, foolish. Which is a term that's just going to live in my head forever, isn't it? Can't think of foolish without adding the second foolish from Time Eater. Who I now deem as the easiest Act 3 boss fight in Slaying of the Spire. Alright, no time to waste. Get it done. Rapido. Yeah, packagers do work pretty quickly, don't they? As long as they get the gas. Which these guys are not. Because you are too slow. Work faster. Guess the problem are we're limited on these extractors, right? But what if we weren't? How good's this well? Pure. That's also pure. Alright, well, here, have this. Doesn't need powered. And gas doesn't have head lift problems, so get stuck in there. Like the water extractor, Jake, you stopped caring. What? Hold on, I just realized this thing pumps out. Oh, that's potential. Well, that's okay. These two put together are doing their utmost, right? 300, 300. That's 600. That's pipe capacity. And these will have me all the packaged nitrogen gas that I need. And let's remind ourselves what this is for. We unpack it to get the gas. The gas is mixed with something. We make rocket fuel? That's fine, I can drag sulfur and coal out of the toilet, as long as I have this at the ready. We make the rocket fuel, and then we shove the rocket fuel into a container, and then we use it in the MAM. And the MAM needed, what was it, 200 of it? Precis. Alright. Easily done in a moment. Enough time to grab a drink at least. Not requiring head lift is what makes rocket fuel so much better. Does ionized rocket fuel require head lift then? Alright. Thank you for your contribution, packagers. Why are you guys so bad though? Did it have some kind of priority for feeding these two instead of you two? I gave you the boosters. I think ionized is a gas as well. Never played around much with it myself. Surely having ionized gas is just a way to get more out of the fuel for the power, which is what I'm contemplating here. I also wonder... Yeah, I should still be able to make good use of blueprints for making the next round of my power plant over there, right? Shouldn't have to do it manually anymore, just set it up once and have it set to auto-connect is my dream outcome here. Come on, you dancer, just a little bit more. It stops and takes a break if it doesn't have the resources that it needs. Then it gets to work, and then, what do you mean 2% constructing? With what fluid tank? Alright, got what I needed. In that case, you don't need to exist anymore. I can leave you with that in. That's no bother. I might want to come over here and hand grab some more of this in due time. And now... I want to go and make the fuel. Been a while since we've been over here. The pipe limit your gas input to 600, but you need 2400 with 4 constructors. Ah, right, I was consuming it too fast, is probably what you were getting at. Which I paid no attention to, and of course it wasn't being nicely balanced. Love the difference here. First little tacky, crappy setup just to get some initial power plant going, rubber, plastic, biofuel, versus actual thought put in power plant layout. And then surely that too will be dwarved by a much better setup, because there's still an unexploited pure node, I think? Not pure, but that adds up to a pure. When it's a well, it's half, so that's like having a normal, and 3 impures, and another impure. So... 1 pure, I guess. 1 normal, 2 normal... Actually, that's like having 3 normal. Which is not quite like having 1 regular pure, right? No, it's fine. It's fine. That should be the equivalent of a pure node when I have that thing pumping out as hard as one can. Although I can't help but feel that I could substitute all of the crude oil over here with that crappy node, and then I use this good node elsewhere. Are you even pumped up? Yeah, here we go. We don't even max out this one. So yeah, what I think is I turn this thing around and do all of my stuff over there, whilst this crummy setup just gets fed by that. It's an idea, and it's probably even a good idea. But that's not what we're doing just yet. That'll be when we need more power. Which I don't think we do just yet. Even hook up the rest of your power generators that you did over there. I certainly hope so. You imagine if I didn't? You probably can imagine if I didn't. But no, I'm pretty sure we looked at them and noticed how working they all are, not to mention the double output that I got. Working 100% of the time. Working 100% of the time. 100% of the time. That explains the lack of wavering going on my production. Well, there's some wavering, but we'll expect that from the geothermals. The rate it burns that fuel, though, is terrifying. Right, we're here to get rocket fuel. How? I guess we make the nitro rocket fuel, but that leaves regular fuel. No, we said you'd use nitric acid, I think. I hope. Nitric acid seems easy to do, but is it not easier just to get fuel? Fuel with the gas and sulfur and the coal? That seems easier. And I don't even need to bother with this stuff. Yeah, I can get behind that. I could even kill off 2 of my generators over here and steal its fuel. Then I'm even better. It was all temporary anyway. Yeah. Nothing more temporary than a permanent solution. Why is the plastic even flowing here? Oh right, it's flowing into the muncher. On delicious Mark 1 belting. The rubber also going away for chewing down into my awesome sinks, which is good. Why are you even here though? Get away. Right, so I don't think these generators are all that necessary. However, if that fuel isn't used on something, am I going to back up? Oh god, now I can't remember what I've made here. Heavy oil gets turned into fuel, fuel gets burned here. These things work 100% of the time. Grand. Hang on, couldn't I keep them, but have that not be priority? The heavy oil residue, which I need to consume or else things back up. Yes, gets turned into fuel, but also into... No, it's just fuel and fuel. Having to remember what I actually built here is perturbing. And then the fuel goes into all these generators, which munch it right up. So far, so good. And if I don't have it munched up, then I'm in trouble. But yes, how do I prioritize it coming out to somewhere else? I think I can do it like this. And do correct me if I'm incorrect. First you come out, and then you go up high. Can we go up higher? Probably not easily. But even so, can't I just do it like that? And then I can siphon you off from here, and this will be priority because it's lower. It'll want to come out of here before it goes up there. So it'll still get all consumed in there if need be. I'm just going to siphon a little bit off for my own nefarious needs. And I'd love to know if my logic is sound here, because it might not be. I'm sure there's an interesting theoretical situation where I'm incorrect. Acid isn't hard to make. Yeah, I don't think it would be, but we're going to do it this way anyway. Right, rocket fuel. We have a fuel, and you're made in a blender. Okay. No, that was the other guy. Call me Boiler. One blend. Have we even used a blender before? As expected, the thing is huge. Don't know why I would expect anything else. In comes you. I'll need an unpackager. to unpackage all of the nitric acid. No, nitrogen gas. Because you are doing rocket fuel using the gas. Hope I'm not going to run into issues here. Can't imagine why I would, but I still hope I don't. There we go, getting the fuel, getting the gas. Now you need sulfur and coal. However, I've got that all sorted out, right? Sulfur and coal. Sweet. Alright, get to work. You're going to make compacted coal in addition to rocket fuel. Now that rocket fuel, in order to be used in the MAM, needs to be packaged and 200 of. So out you come. Should be enough head lift for that. Package rocket fuel. Take that. 120 used per minute. 150 produced per minute. You're all getting juiced. I'll be taking that. Don't mind me. How dare this fuel flow too slowly for me? Was I perhaps wrong in my approach here? Doesn't look like I'm getting priority on this fuel. How do I change that? I guess it doesn't really matter, but I was hoping this wouldn't get any fuel until this stuff is full. How do you make logic in pipelines then? It needs to be taller. Okay. How much taller can we go without hitting into head lift problems? How about that? No indication of head lift issues, but there we go. I don't want you filling up until this thing is done. Feed the empties back into your packager. Oh, that's right, we've got all these empty ones here. Take that, give me that. 200 needed. In addition, I also need a hard drive, of which I have plenty. Stacked pipe pole is a thing. Stacked pipe pole. Wow. Wow. What a world we live in. Okay, looking empty, as it should be. Looking lacking in coal and sulfur, as I am. That's fine, I can trash whatever, because... It's funny, in a game where you're told fix it does not waste, you can be incredibly wasteful. Wait, wrong one. There we go, unpackage those. You keep giving me what I need. Yeah, just not nuclear waste. But I was seeing that it all comes together to make fixitinium or something like that. Yeah, fixonium. And then this is how you seal the loop when it comes to waste. Yeah, my problem here is the fuel creation. 40 fuel per minute. This is empty, which is good. Which means these guys probably won't be running much longer. Although they have drank plenty of fuel along the way. Come on, we're so close. Just keep it flowing. Ah, here's my problem. I'm not schlooping. More rocket fuel, please. Could have been done already if I'd been paying attention. Can't schloop emptying and unemptying, but that's your lot in life. Pedantic. Both uranium and plutonium are nuclear waste. Not something we've had to deal with. Right, might be worth giving this stuff a go, but I'll wait until the MAM is researching alternatives. Alright, talk to me about ionizing. Also get me a little further away so I don't have to listen to the hum of the generator.
Ionized fuel unlocked. The origin story of this extremely efficient type of fuel was so fascinating it resulted into a new joke. I will tell the most popular version. A cow, power slug, and rocket scientist walk into a bar. The rocket scientist wants a milkshake, and so transportation was forever changed. Any historical inaccuracies have been removed by the Fix-It Department of Historical Reinterpretation.
I don't get it. But maybe I don't have to get it. Let's instead get ourselves some alternatives and learn a bit about ionized fuel. Ooh, it involves my power shards. I'm not happy about that. I'm significantly unhappy about that. I know I have a billion of these things, but I was hoping ionized fuel could be a new way to power my everything. Although maybe the alternative is coming. We can see there's another way to make it. Potentially without using power shards. That'd be nice. Ionized fuel has 5 gigajoules. So it's a significant bump up, but the idea of using a power shard is obscene. To the point where I wonder if that's in any way worth it. You can automate shards now. Can I? Really? Needs my precious time crystals, needs dark energy, needs the quartz, and it needs... Is that excited photon matter? And it's also done in a quantum encoder, which I'm not sure I even know how to build. A quantum encoder. As expected, the thing is enormous. Heavens only knows the amount of power it needs. Yeah, up to 2 gigawatts. So one has to ask themselves, is that really worth it? Well, probably. It wouldn't be here as an option if it weren't amazing. Let's also try flying with this stuff. Take all that and give me what you got. Package rocket fuel. Whoa, now that's height. But this stuff burns fast. Holy moly. Yes, a good height, not good burn length. I'd love to try the ionized version. If only we knew a better way to make it. Could I complete a loop here? You see, we've got all these empty fluid tanks. If I feed them into you, then you have all the fluid tanks. The problem is I can't automate sulfur and coal coming over to you. But I could dump a load of sulfur and coal for you. Ugh, why? Why did this change its own direction? Oh man, the world will never know. So, take all of the sulfur, take all of the coal, give him all of the coal and all of the sulfur. fuel will flow readily. The only thing that might be a problem is the nitrogen gas, which is limited. But if I just give it all to you... then I can take the packaged rocket fuel and shove that into the dimensional toilet. And then, hey presto, I have packaged rocket fuel at the ready. Not a lot of it, but surely enough to be happy. What's the thing called? Dimensional storage depot. Wow, that thing just absolutely gives it the beans. There we go. I leave for a while and somehow we're hand feeding again. No, it's means to an end. You have to understand. Hang on, how do I package this again? With these empty fluid tanks. But hang on, isn't that a problem until... well, what if I just give you 100 of them, like so? Just prevent some clogging. The problem might be with the schlooping, actually. Yeah, because one that I pop over is 2 that I have to close up. So I could actually see me running into a lack of tank problem. The compacted coal byproduct is an issue, Jake. It certainly is. But it's a very solvable problem. Because all I need is 1 sink. And I can have a watery sink. There we go. Never even needed it. Is that compacted coal? Absolutely. Can it be gone? Absolutely. Well, it's not amazing, but it's something. Here, I'm going to fill you up with these as well, just so you absolutely can feed in as many as you want into here. And that should prevent you from backing up for a good long time. At least to the point where I can enjoy a fat lot of rocket fuel. Although I'm going to want ionized fuel soon, no doubt. But hey, that'll get me going for a good long time. A few minutes till you're done, huh? Oh, that's okay. Right, well, we got that. We got the ionized stuff. We'll know how to make a better version of it soon, I hope. And then we can make use of that, also, I hope, when expanding our power. Which we don't currently need to do, but we're very close to needing to do it. One might say we should do it before we do oil processing. Although that's going to require a whole new recipe, because I'd really like to figure out how to use ionized fuel with all of this. I'm going to give the ma'am a little bit of time to figure that out for me. Because I want all the information. And it's only 2.5 minutes. Is there anything to consider whilst that's happening? I doubt I have 200 nobelisks. I do not have 200 nobelisks. And even if I did, we're not finishing all of this anyway. Running a pipe from the nitrogen node would have been faster and less of a hassle. Let's not underestimate how much of a hassle it is running pipes over the land, especially when it was up in the hills. Also less of that, like a lot less of that. Yeah, I really think I'm going to hijack this pure node and use it for a new array of generators. If nothing else, doubling my existing amount of power seems like a good thing. So where is that? Who are you? That's you. So the grand master plan is that I delete you, I remake my oil extractor, I turn it around, and naturally I super duper schloop it. Where is that power going to? Where does this go? Ah, I see. You mean I never had that pole connect to anything else? Fascinating. Yeah, so you get super duper schlooped. You're too fast and too furious. And I go and grab this crummy little normal power, normal little oil place. Because I do want this crappy factory still running. Why would I not? And you will bring your goodies over here. Don't worry, see, it's all temporary. You'll see. And as long as you feed into where this once was, then it shouldn't make any difference, and I don't imagine that would have a problem with water height or fluid height. Keep this one for your plastic rubber factory, and that's what I'm doing. I'm just taking this away so it can blast off in this direction and make my new power thinger. Maybe out in this direction, actually. Yeah, this is a gulf of resources whilst it has tons of water, and water is a great resource. Alright, this better be good. Yes! Oh, yes! We know of a loop for this. Not that we use it, but dark matter crystallization is a self-fulfilling prophecy as long as you schloop it a little bit. Then again, the rate I might want this might be beyond what this could possibly make. Also, it's all particle accelerator stuff. That sounds like a horror to behold. There's nothing else for you to research, right? Not a sausage. At least not until we get to the ballistic warp drive. Right, what have we learnt about this ionization? Is that something we can put to use to make an end-all for my liquid power solution? Or do we just make more turbo fuel, which is also an option? Because there's no way I'm doing power shards for this, right? I could, but I think I'd rather not. However, I actually get less per rocket fuel, and I have to use a package. This doesn't output a package either, so you have to automate packages coming over. Now I'm not so sure I'd want that over power sharding. But the time crystal... Yeah, you know, I don't think we're going to be using ionized fuel here. It's a significant bump in energy. But rocket fuel is already a significant bump over turbo fuel. Not only that, the ratio is amazing. 6 to 10. Or, of course, we don't use turbo fuel at all. In fact, I plan to use the nitro rocket fuel. Do I? I don't get sulfur and coal over here, do I? Using nitric acid feels like a much, much simpler solution. Just use the nitrogen gas that we have nearby. Mix it with water and some very easy iron plates, and that should be very easy. Get the gas, mix the gas with the turbo fuel, get rocket fuel, increase output by 80%. Whew. And we get a byproduct that I probably wouldn't be using. Nah, I'd probably just sink it. Seems like too much work to make use of. Yeah, I think rocket fuel's the way forward here. So that's exactly what we'll do. We'll bring over the nitric acid, mix it together with... we'll bring over the... That's it, we don't even need the acid. No, wait, we do. Ugh, I'm throwing myself off again. We do need the turbo fuel, do need the nitric acid, because I cannot be ringed bringing over sulfur and coal. Is that true, though? Is that truly true? I don't have to do it here, let's keep that in mind. Just rethinking my plan here. As long as I have sulfur and coal near crude oil, there's nothing stopping me not involving acid. Ah, wait, the gas. Is there gas, oil, sulfur, and coal in one location? What's the trickiest of all of these things? Probably the oil, right? A lot of oil over here. There's an impure load of sulfur. I think I need a bit more than impure. That's pure, though. And there's the coal, and there's more coal. Quite a bit of coal, quite a bit of oil, a lot of water. Promising. What's the final ingredient needed here? The gas. But the gas doesn't need head lift. Also, the gas is here. So I actually think this will be the home of our next oil, our next power thing, which we're going to do right now, actually. We already have power here. Yeah, this will work. Give me a good reason that this won't work. I reckon out of anything we would be hemmed in on sulfur, but if we've got pure sulfur, we can do plenty of this. Is the ratio good? I think we don't need to worry about that. The only thing to concern myself with is, can I build enough of these, which are blenders. Blenders require things that I have automated all of, except for computers. But it doesn't need that many computers, right? Yeah, it needs 10, and I don't think I'm going to be building 24 blenders. What if I am? Hell, I built a lot of those. Maybe I have a lot of computers back at base. You done your environmental impact homework? I'll do homework. Whee! Oh, but what if I need extra height? Oh yeah, oh this gives so much more height. That's wonderful. Really don't think it'll be so good for going long distances because see the lack of time that this thing burns for. But I think that more than makes up for it by gaining obscene amounts of height. Right, I had one of you set up for computers long ago. Who was it and where is it? Is it you? No, your circuit boards. Your computers. Oh! Imagine being so fat you look at computers. Alright, great. Absolutely great. See, there are more here. Whoever needed supercomputers. Make sure the dimensional toilet is full of computers. And let's get to work. I wonder if I could get all the way up there using my rocket fuel. Oh, yes. Oh, no. Okay, but still, oh yes, that's considerably faster than my alternatives. Kind of want to try out ionized stuff to see how that works. Hold on. Maybe she has it. If I could just buy ionized rocket fuel, you'd better believe I'm buying ionized rocket fuel. Pre-packaged, one would hope. Wrong thing. Oh, yes! Oh, that's so good. Alright, give me that. Absolutely give me that. Where are my coupons at? Running low on coupons? I don't care. Let's try that ionized rocket fuel.
Parts purchase confirmed. Promotion delayed by X times part value plus fix-it stock value.
That feels like a much better burn time. However, I am absolutely going to burn through this in no time, aren't I? Interesting. Maybe before I spend all of my bleeding money on that, let's just store some away. And consider maybe just using it for rocketing about. I kind of want to automate a little bit of that on my bus just so we have it at the ready. But I do really like it. And what else am I reasonably going to use my super points on anyway? Nothing comes to mind. Give me more of that, Ada. Yes. Yes. Very good. You can go higher if you pulse it. Ooh, yeah. That's pretty good. That's pretty damn good. It's a whole lot higher than we could get with biofuel. I still love my biofuel, but I think the bio days are numbered. In fact... Well, I won't delete it, given how much of a pain it is to make that stuff, but I will probably sync it. If you don't buy the golden nut at the end of this playthrough, you haven't built the factory. That's okay. We will. Alright. Tap, 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 tap. Ugh, I don't like doing the jazz hands for that. Can't quite get high enough to get up there, though. That's fine though, we got other ways up. Wow, you really maneuver easy on this. I don't think it'll be a problem to get the golden nut. I asked before and I'm not sure if somebody said, perhaps they did and I missed it, but what does the cost of the coupons cap out at? Because we're already at the teens of millions, I think, per coupon. Yeah, it's that far and it's 4 million. That's about 1/3 of it, so it looks like it's about 13 million per coupon. It doesn't cap, it goes to infinite. Wow, maybe I shouldn't be spending all of my everything. But do I seem concerned? I hope not, because I'm not. Let's not sync a coupon though. Store those, store you away as well. Alright, very good. I have plenty of computers for setting up blenders. Everything else that I need for blenders should be inside the dimensional toilet. I don't need you guys. Get out of here. Now let's go and build ourselves a power source so that with all these goods that we now have on the bus, we could actually build a factory. Oh, I said the words build a factory. You know what that means? That means it's something we're going to have to do next time. Because I've been at this for 7 hours, but I'm pretty happy with the progress. Grabbed all the goods we need. From now on, it's just build, build, build. And I'm quite looking forward to that. Build the rubber, build the plastic, build the iron, get the iron into tubes, make the reinforced plates, make that into the frame bits, make that into heavy frame bits. Oh, it's exciting stuff. But we're edging forward gradually. Is this really number 16? I actually think this is episode 15. Let's overwrite that one. And then let's not overwrite it. This interface is very strange sometimes, but the whole game has strange and baffling Yeah, just one more stream, Arthur. One more stream and we'll be able to live at large. One more streaming job. Okay, I don't remember what my own schedule says. I'm the one that makes it, but I'm also the one that forgets it. According to that, I've got tomorrow set aside for even more Satisfactory. That sounds good, but it might be a coin flip as to whether or not we do Satisfactory or Slay the Spire tomorrow, because I really feel the Spire calling for me. One will be tomorrow and the other will be on Friday, so until we come back for whichever, and I might even let you decide. Might. That's never a promise. Anyway, until I am back with that, it is a cheers from me and a cheerio.